into it.
I win.
I win.
Fuck it, we're doing it live.
I gotta turn this music down.
Same.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, we're not listening to that music.
Thank goodness.
Boots and pants and boots and pants.
I think I fixed.
Ghostly is thinking about getting a 3D printer.
I don't think Ghostly has the free time to troubleshoot a 3D printer.
I think I might.
They had that one on sale at Micro Center.
Yeah, Micro Center has one for like $200 right now.
Welcome box is $159.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a very reasonably priced 3D printer. You should
It's just
really
not gonna be a pretty big one.
you should really start basic. Do not do what I did and buy all of the upgrades and make it so you can print very fancy materials, because when stuff goes wrong, you get really upset when you've spent a fortune on a 3D printer.
Such a shitter, Rets.
This one I got for free, so.
I can't even see it. Trying to fly. Oh, that one.
That.
Why is it on the floor?
It's on the floor because you don't want to put them on tables that can wobble, because it'll mess up your prints.
Don't.
So I have
a.
a work table in the next room that I usually put the big one on.
Yeah, look at that thing go.
3D printer go brrr.
What is it printing? Right now?
Oh, that won't work. Crud. I'm printing a case for that little high zero thing I built.
What?
I posted it in technology.
Oh, well, those.
Oh, I see. I see. Well, we're just waiting on Drez. He's in Roll20.
Let's all just
But he's
start
not
making like
here.
initiative rolls.
Fuck it, I'm down.
Well, that's 3 of us.
Not even in Roll20 yet.
Gotta say the only one who's not in Roll20 is Corchi.
Yeah, my bad.
Ah, the natural 18 with the 1 modifier beat out my 18,
With the 3
which was
modifier.
a 15, which was a 15 plus
I
3.
am the fastest cleric.
Yeah, I literally rolled a 3.
Who knew midgets could move so fast?
Other one.
Ooh.
Hey.
Oh, I was gonna say, what's wrong with the snap?
I know you're not the midget. That is funny though how our campaign has 2 clerics and a paladin.
Lisa's out of her class.
What?
What?
No, I didn't hear what you said.
It's fine.
He said Issa's out of her class.
I mean, wait, what'd I do?
I said I find it funny that our campaign has 2 clerics and a paladin,
Mm-hmm.
and Nova just completely forgot about the copy paste Kirito.
He's a fighter.
Where is
Yeah, he has forgotten.
where's Kazoo?
He's over here.
Oh my god, I forgot about you and your awful nicknames.
You're welcome, everybody.
I'm already annoyed.
You're welcome, everybody.
I saw a D&D meme where it's just like a paladin is part of your party, or the reason the paladin is part of your party is only because
they're
he's
the parole officer for the rogue. Yeah. That's their reason for being part of the party. They literally have no other obligations. They're just there to keep an eye on the rogue.
Fair.
There's
yeah,
Drez.
Hey,
Hello.
There's our DM.
Sorry, I have a
hello.
sinus infection, so
Oh no.
I can barely hear it.
So,
Yeah,
so
I can barely hear you creeping towards death.
what's going on?
Drez has sinus infection.
Oh, what else is new?
I'm gonna go get some
Right.
water.
Braun transferred it to Drez.
I gotta adjust my camera again.
Oh yeah, he was sick last week.
I didn't have a sinus infection though.
Oh,
Better. Why? Oh,
You've got a bullet bill shirt on.
I do.
yeah.
Neat.
Ice maker go burr.
Ice maker.
My lighting looks so terrible.
I miss
Like,
having an
you
ice
look
maker.
Really.
Huh?
You look really like.
Saturated.
Yeah, saturated was the word I was gonna use, but it's like.
Desaturated.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of saturated.
Yeah, I miss having an ice maker. I need
Yeah,
one.
I would like to have one too.
Well, I got well water now.
My
so
my
I-
saturation's at 76%. So like if I add more, it looks really weird.
Yeah. You
just
look like
just
James from
just
the-
laugh it up. Laugh it up. Hue.
Wait.
There's no hue adjustment.
I'm not at my computer. I can't hit the button.
Ah! I hit auto exposure. It was so bad.
Here.
Look, I'm gonna hit auto exposure.
Oh god.
It-
Oh
Why?
god.
What?
That,
What
loo-
is?
that looked like how it normally would, except you looked red.
The,
And now for the reason that I went and got water.
I have no idea
It's
why
like-
the exposure's so weird.
Protein powder.
It looks.
This is-
Portia.
No,
It's
this is
better
not
than-
protein powder.
It's
Oh.
cocaine.
It's gamer subs, which might as well be cocaine.
G Fuel.
No, I'm kidding. Stuff is actually pretty good.
Not a sponsor.
It's
we live?
gamer girl skin flakes.
Okay,
oh god.
Let's not.
let's not discuss any of
Are we
that.
live?
Let's
are
ju-
we
yes.
live?
Yeah.
I am
Of course
live.
we are.
Let's just not.
Yeah, let's not. But for reference, this is what I was mixing.
GG, HF,
Gamer subs.
BD.
Gamer subs. And now I need to sneeze. Kind of. I can't.
Meanwhile, I'm over here just drinking my purified water.
Bless you.
Mm.
I'm drinking my purified water with caffeine in it.
So over the
Zero.
week, I threw on an ass load of acid, so this should go a lot smoother.
Oh boy.
Yay.
Hey guys, let's go see if they have an accountant here.
Why?
Well, we gotta like tear up the accountant's office, so we need a map for this. I'm just saying, let's go somewhere that he has no chance of having a plan for.
Rule number 1 of DMing: always plan for the unexpected. Or actually,
Rule-
just don't even bother planning at all, because like
I was about to say rule number 2: cry because your players will always do what you never expect.
Right.
I always expect
Like
the
that
unexpected.
thing, the meme of always expect the unexpected. You can't even do that if you're a DM. It
Yeah.
just does not work.
Working the way it should.
Wow.
And there's all my refunds from Amazon.
Wow.
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 So, Drez, did you shrink your maps?
I don't think they were supposed to. I don't think they were supposed to refund the deposit on the drinks they sent me. I'm pretty sure they're not allowed to do that.
Oh well.
Oh man, I got a whole $3.60 worth of deposits.
Sucks to suck. For them, anyways.
No, so I ordered 3 cases of Bang energy drink because they were on sale yesterday.
Not sponsored.
No, I wish I was. I've actually reached out to them. Not a joke. I almost had them sending me some to give away at the racetrack. Didn't follow through on it, so that didn't pan out, fortunately. But anyway, so I ordered 3 cases. They put them all in one cardboard box, and I'm pretty sure the delivery driver just yeeted them onto my doorstep because the box was exploded on the side and everything was soaked.
Nice.
Only one can actually ruptured, and there was enough liquid that I thought everything was busted. There were cans just dented everywhere.
But only one of them was actually busted open.
Yeah. Well, and I can't even find the hole in it. Like, there's still liquid in the can. It's soaked into the box and everything. It's just a mess.
Yeah, that happened with some root beer that I got from the store. I grabbed one can out of it and it was like empty, and I was like, I look at it and it's like, I don't see a hole in this anywhere, and I'm moving boxes and stuff trying to find a wet spot in the floor. No, I think it just ruptured in the store.
That happened to me once.
When I lived in the UP,
I mean, to be fair, it is entirely possible you just happened to get an empty can.
yeah, I mean
No,
that
like
happens.
there was still like some liquid in the can.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I've gotten a can with almost nothing in it. I've also gotten a completely empty one. That happened to me up north. Hey FJ, how's it going?
People have gotten
Alright, I wanna try something
bags
here,
of
just
chips
because.
without any chips.
Oh,
Oh my god,
that's
that
actually
would
pretty
ruin
good.
my day.
Oh, look at you and your fake background.
I know, right? That actually works pretty
I
well.
had a job interview, and I'm like, screw it, and I left the lights on, and they're like, is that a real background? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, what is that? I'm like, those are all video games. And you can see the look on their faces that like slowly registers with them that I'm just a video game hoarder.
How did you do that, Ron?
There's just a setting in Discord. I was messing around with the voice and video settings, because one thing I've noticed with this camera and Discord is it doesn't reverse it. It basically is just like a mirror.
That's cool.
Whereas
Nova's just an
if I
icon.
open this,
Nova's just an icon. I was just saying that too. I guess I could this, but then all the cameras are smaller.
I was messing around with it, and there's no setting to reverse it. But if I have the camera active in OBS, it reverses it and makes it look like you're actually looking at me instead of a mirror. So it's yeah. I was looking at that, and there was no setting for that, but there was background settings. And the background settings actually kind of work, so. All right, we are 10 minutes past due. Are we ready to get this started?
Yeah.
Just waiting
Yeah,
for
I'm
the
ready to
DM to lay down the law.
Well, what do you guys remember? Like, what is?
So we went over to this port area after, taking a night in the what was the name of that place? The inn. It's in my notes.
The
I thought
Shadow
it was in my
House?
notes. Yeah, the
Shadow House.
So we took a night in the Shadow House, and we received a gift in the form of a couple of corpses with a note stuck inside one of their breastplates. We also opened the door on our butler, who was taking a bath, who was taking a shower.
Okay.
and then we went, and then after all that, we went to the port. We had some combat with one of the Marmorian guards, and we found a cursed or magical sword.
Like literally the
From
worst
Lol.
thing your character could have ever
Yeah.
found.
The worst thing that my character could possibly think of is just a fucking magic artifact from Lolth, and she's like, nope, I don't want it. I don't want nothing to do with it.
And
But
Issa
now
just
they're
grabbed a coin that appeared in her backpack and started reading an incantation for the sword.
normal
there were
things that
some-
you'd do.
There were
There
some
was some-
whole persons and some arguing.
There was
Mhm.
acrobatics and nonsense.
And then the last thing that we were going to go do is we were going to go back to the Shadow House and have our dear butler friend William take the coin.
Well, remember, we also had a conversation with Big D. Don't want to forget about Big
Yeah.
D.
We had that conversation, and that's how we found out most of the details about the sword.
Sounds wrong.
Big D.
That's Dalton. He's Big D.
Just
Oh,
say.
jeez.
Don't even say.
So yeah,
it.
we had the conversation with Dalton, found out some of the properties of the sword, and then hesitantly reached the decision that maybe we should have because the coin is from what I've deduced anyways, the coin is most likely to be the thing that will corrupt anyone. So we were planning on having William take the coin and read it, and then Perla use the sword.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's
That-
the question. Is it even like a finesse weapon?
I was about to say, this is something I wanted to bring up with you before, Drez. Like, I didn't want to take a rapier, I wanted to take a sword, but there's no D8 slashing options that use dexterity. So,
I mean,
Well, here's just there's something special planned. That's all I can say.
I completely spaced it too. Like asking about that, and it's like, hey, can I have a D8? Like, just have a different version of a rapier that does slashing damage.
technically speaking, I think Corchi's using short swords with dex.
Yeah, but those are a
But-
D6.
Eh.
I want a D8 that does slashing.
Oh.
Rapier is a D8 piercing, but I want
Mm.
They can
slashing.
do max health.
Okay.
Anyways,
Yes.
unless I missed anything
Mm.
important, I also think that one of the other minor things is that Asa found some platinum pieces.
Yep.
Actually, I think it was 2 silver pieces in the water.
No, it was 5
No, it was
platinum
platinum.
pieces. Yeah, 5 platinum pieces and then 2 silver pieces.
Right,
And
right.
then 2 silver
at
pieces
the end.
after everything was
Yes,
over.
Yes.
Dalton's like, Pearl is asking, is there anything else of importance here, or can we go? And then Dalton's like, anyone who wants to go take a dip, there's 2 silver in the water over there. And Issa just, whoop, off she goes.
Had to cool off after being, steaming angry at the person, who just took her coin after.
All right, I think that about covers it for recap.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Hello, cat. What do you want? Hello.
Hello, gato.
Come here. Hi.
Oh, there's the kitty.
This is Sebastian. He's a brat.
So
You're a brat. Come here.
I need to go onto your
Aw.
guys' map. Okay, Corchi, why are you away from the party?
Dodge your way out of
Wow.
a brain hold.
Is there a specific reason, or can I move you back?
You can move me back. I didn't move myself, so I don't know.
Okay. No, that's fine. I want to make sure with everybody, like, maybe somebody's doing some stealth shit that I don't know
I think-
about.
Yeah, I think she just forgot to move her token.
Yeah, Jers, while we were waiting
Are
for
you okay?
we killed the Medici family, like all of them. So,
Campaign's over.
give us loot, please.
Oh, the whole thing?
That's
All
kind of
right, so that's
Okay.
that's really
that's
depressing.
yeah,
Cat?
that's level yeah. Welcome to level 20, guys.
Yeah! Woo!
Way. All right. Cat, are you okay? Or are you coughing up a hairball?
Hey.
He's thinking about it.
Hello. What?
You okay?
Empty wants to know if you're using your trucker mic.
What?
FJ wants to know if you're using your trucker mic.
Like, I would connect a Bluetooth to a laptop. Fuck that noise.
I know, that's just annoying.
Oh yeah, I heard about the Gotham City thing, FJ. That's so ridiculous.
What Gotham City? What? Batman?
Somebody did a blue alert. Use the alert system to push a notice to everybody's phone, looking for a purple and green Dodge Dart in Gotham City, Missouri.
Oh,
I could hear purring. That was cute.
Yeah, I
there's
heard
cat in
There's
my lap.
legit Gotham City.
No, there is not.
I was gonna ask the same thing.
Yeah. Somebody just literally hacked into the system, or somebody's losing their job. One or the other, maybe both. Who knows?
I hope someone lost their job
Wow.
for
Okay.
doing that kind of thing.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, if somebody woke my ass up, like, with a stupid alert that's just a prank, I would be pretty pissed off. Gotta be honest. 3 in the morning, I'd be like, they need to be fired.
Not half as bad as an Italian parliament being interrupted because of Final Fantasy porn. What?
Wait, what?
Rets, was this in relation to the meme that you posted earlier? Hang on.
It was supposed to be an internal test, but got sent out to the entire state.
Wait, what were you talking about again, Anti?
The Gotham City thing.
Oh.
Where
Technically
did Discord
speaking,
window go?
technically speaking, I have one that is worse.
There it
Hawaiians,
is.
back in I think 2008 or 2007, got the alert of immediate incoming missile attack
Yep.
that was supposed to have been a test.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh man.
2018
so,
Hawaii false missile alert. Anyways, yeah.
Was it 2018? It was that recent?
It
Oh,
was
shit.
January 13th too. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Anyways. DM,
Back
what
on
are we
topic.
doing?
Yes.
Hey,
all right.
Night.
So are you heading back? What's going on? Where are you going?
I have the coin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Um,
Anna has the coin.
and I
Okay.
don't think we were going to.
I think we
I
were
don't think
going
we were-
back to the Shadow House.
Yeah, I don't think we would have like gone to tackle the arena or anything. So I think
Not
think
yet,
that's the only
anyways.
thing. Yeah.
we were going to go do some. We were going to go back to the Shadow House.
Okay.
Their plan is to try and convince the butler to read the incantation. I'm pretty sure that's what you guys decided on, right?
Mhm,
Yes.
Yeah.
mhm.
My plan
have-
is to try and remember the incantation and read it without the coin in my hand.
What with that?
That sounds like a brains check. How good are your
is
brains?
is that like a
Rolling.
history check or?
And roll history at disadvantage because you don't have the keen mind feat.
I mean,
Uh.
it's right here.
All right. So what's happening?
So
Guys, what are you doing on my sheet?
what do you mean I'm on your sheet? I'm not on anybody's sheet.
I saw my sheet scroll.
Are you a Marmorian captain? Because that's where I'm at right now.
Well, that's weird. All right.
Anyway, yeah. So you guys are just heading back to the Shadow House then.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't get to try and recite it from memory.
I mean, if you want to.
I mean, I got the words here. What would you like me to roll to remember words from 30 minutes prior?
That you read once and were also interrupted in.
Right.
Yeah. Roll me. This is going to be an insanely high DC, by the way.
Well, yeah, it's not likely, but she's still gonna try to remember the words.
Roll me an intelligence check at disadvantage.
Oh, at disadvantage, dude. Come on.
Yeah, dude.
Like she's gonna do good anyway. Sklatu
Yeah.
Rada necktie? Was that the next word?
I mean, Issa's got more smarts than I give her credit.
She just keeps repeating over and over the wrong words.
Mhm.
All right.
I'm gonna
So
keep
with that
grumbling the words
said-
and follow the group.
With that being said, are you so you guys are gonna set on the path? So we're clear, which way are you going? Are you going like this way? Are you going this way? This is very important.
If you're marking things, I'm not seeing them.
Oh,
the
I
map is,
I was
so
using the
big. I gotta zoom out, I guess.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you're going this way, or are you going like up and over? Or hold on.
Hey
I
guys,
would
let's
say
head
the
towards
path
that
of
Coliseum
least
to see what's
resistance.
going on over there on our way back.
That's kind of a convoluted path.
Yeah, I mean, we still gotta walk like, we either gotta walk like this, or we gotta walk like, this.
Back the way we came through the markets.
Or yeah, we
Would be
gotta go
another
back
option.
through the markets. Which, didn't we, like, do this to go through the markets?
We kind of came this way.
Honestly, I think it would be funny just to have a survival check our way through, because we've only been here once.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
why I
we have
had
a
us
map,
buy a
don't we?
map.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we did buy a map.
That was like,
Where's Waldo map?
That was the reason we came over to this area in the first place.
that was like Issa's first thing was to try and get some intel.
Yeah, and by the way, taxes aren't needed because the shopkeepers will try to rip you off. I hope that was apparent when you were charged 5 times the going rate for a map.
We got some drugs.
Nice.
I don't know about this map thing.
Drugs are always first free.
Oh.
Always. Anyway. So you're heading down this path, correct? The path of least resistance.
Does
like
anybody
this-
want to come with me to the Coliseum?
No.
I mean, I suppose I could
I was
check it
gonna say
out,
I'd
but
go.
What'd you say?
I guess I'd go.
All right, I'm
Split the
I'm gonna
party.
drag Sniffy along. We're going to the Coliseum.
Thought we were going to the Shadow House to do the thing.
We're gonna go to the Shadow House, but we're gonna go to what the hell?
Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
that's right. The map is still a token.
I was like, what just happened? Some random stuff didn't move, and I was very confused.
did you not slap this onto the map background map?
It is, but I was on the map background map.
Oh. Okay.
I'll be back in a sec.
But yes, either way, I'd be like, Look, I know I have this evil coin and we've just made this decision, but I'll be honest, I'm okay with a detour if it means putting this decisions of ours off just a little bit longer.
Perla just kind of shrugs and just. Either way is fine by me. We need to go there at some point, anyways, don't we?
More than likely, has it been stated whether this is run by one of the Medici? I would assume as much.
I would be surprised if it wasn't.
I mean, it's probably run by the gambling one.
Yeah, Kazuto is kind of like unsure what to do, but like ready to just play the game, I guess, to defeat everybody, even though it's kind of screwed up.
How plainly are you being in this level of confusion?
I guess okay. Let me rephrase. Confusion isn't a good word for it.
Mhm.
He's kind of shifted because initially out of here. Now I feel ready.
Because he knows why he's there now.
Yes.
So
Okay,
to be
okay.
clear, he believes this is just a game. Still.
Okay.
A game where
so-
dying is dying.
True. Do you believe that we're just players or we're NPCs? Okay.
We're just
I mean, like
we're just role playing this really well.
Yeah. Really well, really hard.
you just took my phone away.
Again?
I was showing. I was showing him this. Back to right.
She just
Nope.
handed it to me.
Not important.
And she just handed it to me. I took it.
This man's is Issa in real
There you go.
life.
That is not my phone.
Okay, well, how about this one?
That's not my phone.
Okay, this one?
Why does he have so many
This
phones
guy.
at his desk?
What about these two?
What? Oh my god.
This man's is Issa in real life.
I've got a
Alright,
few
so-
phones.
Why do you think he likes
Why?
the character
Anyone
so
want some
much?
phones?
Why do you have that many phones?
Well, this is a Note 2, this is a Note 4, this is a Note
Oh.
8, this is a Pixel XL, this is a V50 thing. It's a Pixel 20. No.
Why?
Anti, is your roll 20? What the fuck?
What?
Anti's roll 20 is different than my roll 20.
What do you mean?
I'm standing in a street on mine. On his, I'm standing on top of a building.
Oh, that's weird.
You're kind of on top of a building on mine too.
Yeah, for me,
Time to reload
I-
Havoc.
I'm just above you, Perla.
Nope.
Like I'm moving to the square just above you on
Yeah,
anti
no,
screen.
you're.
Yeah, I'm over here on the docks.
Yeah, I am at the corner of that building that you're right below.
Nope.
I'm not next to a
you're,
building.
like-
I'm on the docks.
Endless technical
just-
problems. Just reload your browser. It'll probably put you in the right place.
It shouldn't be the browser though, because it was shifted because of Drez.
Well, he moved the map, so maybe you've got...
Yeah, but he moved it back. Anyways.
Yeah.
Mo-
No,
mo-
that's
moving,
a weird one.
Pushing through the technical difficulties. Up this way.
Yes.
Well, are we splitting up or are we going together?
I was assuming we were going together.
Okay then. Well, it didn't sound as though you were too keen on going to this location.
I mean, she's indifferent.
Very well. Roll for initiative.
We already did that.
Okay, so you are going to the Coliseum, correct?
Oh, we're already here, my
Yeah,
dude.
we're walking and talking. We're walking and talking.
Wheeling and dealing.
We're taking we got a tour guide. We paid the deluxe bundle.
Nice, FJ. Nice.
Great. So as you get to about, let's see here, load for me map, please. I would appreciate it.
Computer says no.
Okay, so as you get to about here, a woman is going to bump into you. She's kind of all covered up in like hooded clothes and just kind of like all decked out, like concealing herself completely. But you could tell it is a woman.
Okay, who is this person bumping into?
Okay, what's your walking order?
I guess he should be in front.
I would probably not be the lead, but I'd be more forward than middle.
Okay.
Considering I'm being dragged by Issa.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so Issa would be in front?
No, I'd probably be dragging,
So it'd be Kazuto?
Did he be in front?
But you're the one using the map, Issa.
Wait, I have the map? Who has the map?
Who has the map?
I gave it to you,
Who's you?
Issa.
Do I really have the
Okay.
map?
Did you
Oh my
not?
God.
Did you not buy the map?
Yeah, I bought it, but I gave it.
Okay, the map is now in my inventory. I guess I'm leading the group.
My notes say that Sinefo had the map.
I think
So.
I bought the map and then I gave it to Issa. I'm pretty sure.
Regardless, Sniffy's given me the map. I'm leading the group, apparently.
Okay. So then the woman is going to bump into you.
Uh-huh.
And
I'm immediately gonna try to find out if she's trying to pick my pockets.
she's not. She's actually more concerned of getting out of the area. She doesn't want to be here. She doesn't like you could see distress. And then you look at her face. She's Marmorian.
Classic case of where the fuck did the map go?
Not only is she Marmorian, but she's so clothed up, like you're not used to seeing Marmorians wear a lot of clothes. But she's so decked down that it was hard for you to tell that she was Marmorian at first. But you could tell that she's definitely distressed in her face.
Hey, watch where you're going. What the hell's wrong with you?
She turns to you and goes, "Apologies, sir." And
excuse me?
Sir?
Issa, calm down. I know you're upset, but oh.
She made the mistake because she's very distraught. You could tell. And can I get a perception check out of everyone in the party?
Oh, I still had disadvantage selected. Just go with the first roll there.
Yeah, just take the 21.
Oh, shit. I didn't even look at the numbers.
Oh my god.
You said perception?
Yes. He did say perception. I was about to say these high rolls and then the -1.
All right, so I'm gonna roll sleight of hand to steal the coin now.
No. Okay. So, is that everybody? Yes.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
all 5.
yes, that's everyone.
Okay. So Havoc,
Yes.
you notice she's carrying a sack of potatoes.
Okay.
Everyone else, it seems almost as if she has a baby bundled up.
I have many questions, but is she holding this baby slung over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes?
No.
So
She's holding the baby like
Like
how
a
you would.
goose.
She's trying to protect this baby.
Oh,
So
okay.
close to her chest,
Oh, okay.
Yes.
like probably like this.
Yes.
Kick baby. No, don't kick baby.
Someone else has to speak because I don't see
I'm
shit.
sorry, I'm just laughing at the fact that your character gets to think a sack of potatoes being nurtured.
Pearl is going to pipe up. Is something wrong?
Sorry, I can't talk. I have to go.
Okay, then have a fine day.
Kazuto wants to know where she's going on. Her policy.
No, you actually see her running away from the Coliseum area. She's like, no.
Yeah, she's coming in like this, and we're coming in like this, and she's going that way, Gorgie.
Yeah. She looks like she desperately wants to leave the city at this point. Like she's trying to find her way to the docks so she can get the hell out of the city.
Why didn't we just do that?
That's what I wanted.
Because we have a mission here.
Why are you leaving so fast?
I'm sorry, I can't talk. If they catch me, they'll kill him.
I'm gonna try to sneak a peek at the baby. Just gonna reach in, try to pull the cloth back to see.
Why
what
are you
the hell.
trying to sleight of hand the baby?
I'm just trying to like.
He's not trying to steal the baby. He's trying to reveal like what she's carrying. I
Yeah.
think. Sneak the baby.
I'm just stealing this baby. I mean, hold on. If I steal the baby, I'm not in trouble, right?
I mean, you probably would be, considering she doesn't seem to be following.
A baby has been added to Issa's page.
Oh my god.
No, I'm
Hey,
just trying to
so-
like pull the cloth back to see the baby. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
So you notice so as you go to do that, she's gonna jerk away, but the hood part of the baby wrapping is gonna come off, and you're gonna notice that the baby has one full horn and one broken horn.
Azazel.
Kind of, but
I mean, that's kind of where brain
color is
goes
the
to
baby's
little
skin?
monsters. Honestly, not Hellboy.
What color is the baby's skin?
it's Marmorian.
Okay, so all right then.
Yeah, the baby is also Marmorian.
Wait.
Oh no, it's made of granite. Ow.
And she's gonna snap at you and be like, Don't touch him!
No reason to blanking.
Hang on.
No reason to get upset, miss. We're not here to hurt you. In fact, if anything, we're probably in more danger than you are.
I doubt it. They're trying to kill my baby.
I was in a cage, but this morning. No, sorry, yesterday.
Yesterday.
You know nothing of of this land.
No,
Do you know what
I really do not, and I'd really like to leave.
Then your best bet is to follow me. We can get on the next ship and get out of here.
I mean, we've got some work to do.
That's not really much of an option for us.
What do you mean, what am I doing?
Well, well, if you won't leave, then I'm going to depart and bid you farewell.
Okay, now hold on. At least I can't let you just run off on your own. Is there anything we can aid you with? We're not doing anything, and we don't particularly like the people of this town to begin with. So if there's anything we can do to aid someone who isn't actively trying to murder us for some stupid reason like drugs or gambling, I'm willing to help.
I mean, we got our own problems. And Issa's just gonna start walking towards the Coliseum, holding onto Sniffy's collar.
The
Bruh.
the problem is, this child is imperfect, and he.
I
Is
see a
marked for death.
child. How? What is there to worry about perfection for?
Any Momorian that is imperfect is better off dead.
Imperfect how? I see nothing wrong with this child.
And she pulls back the hood again. Do you not see his horn?
Okay, so he's a bit lopsided. What's wrong with that?
They kill the imperfect children. They will come for my child.
Could you perhaps, I don't know, fix on a bit of stone?
That's not how it works. We're not made of stone.
I mean, we did just slay one, and you kind of fall into stone.
Yes,
I hate
we
to
have
break it.
we have stone embedded into our body, but we are not stone. And she'll pull out her arm to show you that it's malleable like flesh.
I embrace her arm like, you know, the typical, you know, wrist to wrist type thing. I go, that is definitely quite unusual. That's fair enough. Is there anything someone gifted in the healing arts can do to aid your child in this? I mean, I don't know if there's anything in particular that I can do to restore a damaged horn, but there possibly could be.
This was not damaged by normal means. This is a birth defect.
But damage is damage, miss.
Well, can you heal something that was never there to begin with?
I'm aware of such things being possible. Unfortunately, I am not powerful enough to do so.
Then, unfortunately, you cannot help me.
Very well then, I'm sorry to have taken up as much of your time as I have. I wish you well on your journey. And I wish your child luck.
Around this time,
Dun
Oh, dear.
dun dun!
you're going to see two Marmorian captains round the corner and yell, "Stop that woman! Stop that criminal!"
Shit.
That sounds like your job.
Then step aside so we can enact our job.
I ain't in your way.
All right, they're gonna pass right by Issa.
I definitely step between them and I pull out my shield. You will come no further, I think, sirs.
And I think
Assuming they're
I'll-
both male.
Yeah.
And I think I'll join Anasula.
Shield wall!
I mean, are we doing this? Cause I'm behind them now.
Yeah. Let me just.
I look back to Perla.
Can I get a
handle
sneak
this as
attack
well?
in here before the battle actually starts?
Perla just kind of shrugs and places a hand on this woman's shoulder. You should probably start running now. She walks forward, drawing her rapier and her shield.
Awesome.
All right.
So can I get a sneak attack in since they're facing the other way?
1 second. Let me.
Okay.
I'm gonna load up the battle map for this one.
I'm really hoping your battle map is actually an alleyway because I'm really hoping this works.
Okay. Am I missing somebody? 1, 2, 3, 4. Who am I missing? Enough.
I mean, we're
I'm
just
not
starting
here.
trouble.
Okay.
Bertie's got this look on her face like, what are we doing?
Well, that and I.
We're helping.
Okay, everybody. You are
hello.
now. Yes.
It's a little low res. There we go.
It'll pop in.
Yeah, just take it a second. The grid is like hardly visible.
It's fine.
It's okay though.
Just zoom in a bit. It'll be fine. Wait. Okay. Which way is the Colosseum?
And which way is the woman? Which way did the woman come from? Which way is she going?
Okay, so
Just
the
trying to get some
woman,
bearings.
the woman came from this alleyway over here.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So Issa, you are actually right there.
Yeah.
The guards are right here. Yeah, you two are gonna
Shield
be right
wall!
Oh, they weren't catching them before they got out of the alley?
there. No,
Oh, okay.
So then
Where
where is the woman?
she's gonna be over here.
Be over here, Corchi. Yeah.
Okay. Hardly visible grid, but at least this map is colorful. I agree. I agree. I would assume this particular spot right here is like a well that one would have to go around or pull some
Yeah.
acrobatic stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so I could be like right here then.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, here we go killing again.
Here I go
Oh,
killing again.
Oh boy!
This is what everybody rolled.
Ha ha.
What?
Oh shit!
Are we starting
Twice
now?
No,
in
I
a
had
row?
to do it again.
Are we doing initiative now?
Yeah, let me.
Okay.
Wow, hold on.
Ooh.
All right. I'm gonna do everybody's. Just redo your thing. I'm gonna put your original initiative.
I didn't roll initiative yet.
I was about to say the initiative that we rolled earlier was just for giggles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bruh. Oh my god.
I mean, Havoc's is basically the same. Nova's is actually better.
What the crap?
Give me a second.
How am I
Turn off my
rolling
camera
this well?
Wait, how did you
What?
heal?
Hmm?
What?
When did you heal?
I healed.
Oh.
Or are you who are you talking to?
I could have sworn Annie over there had a half health bar.
Yeah. She got healed.
All right.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I think Anna healed herself, and then Perla also did lay on hands.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody helping Issa, apparently.
Were you still in need of healing?
I mean, I never got healed, but I also never really got that hurt.
I was about to say, you got hit like once for like 5 damage.
Yeah.
And also,
I mean, I still have resources, but
I have 1 spell slot, so
yeah.
are these
we're-
guys
we're-
captains or just guards?
They're captains. I fixed the grid, by the way.
yay!
Nice.
Oh, wow, that's actually, yeah.
A lot more visible.
Yeah, I was going to recommend that, but you beat me to it.
Okay.
Yay.
Well, for starters, even though you got the
The worst
lowest,
initiative.
you get a surprise round. So
Because they're not looking at Issa.
Yeah, I just told them to go by me. Like, they don't even
They
know
don't.
I'm with you guys. Well, so we've got... how much?
Where are you?
somebody's missing.
No, we got all
Nope.
5 of us.
All 5 of us are here.
Is this...
Yeah.
It's like a canopy?
Why am I not seeing Kazuto?
Oh,
He's there.
Kazuto's right here.
He's right above
right
me.
here.
In the initiative.
Oh,
Oh. Because she didn't.
Archie,
Because-
did you not... She left the-
She didn't
hold
roll?
on, I'm just gonna roll
Oh.
her initiative for her.
yeah. Click on her token and then click initiative.
Oh, yeah.
Oh Jesus!
okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I can't get that kind of roll for myself, but you know, let me just walk over there and just drop nat
Nice.
20
Person
off.
not there gets first turn.
Oh man. All right.
Hey, Strychnine, how's it
Okay.
going?
Well, second,
Okay.
second.
I was just trying to get the lay of the land a little bit. So this is a canopy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Issa is going to use, you know, the whole 2-story or 2nd-story work thing to get herself in position up here.
Okay, so that's not a
You're not gonna
that's not a second story.
Oh.
That is a balcony that you can easily just go up to.
Second story work.
Yeah, I mean that
Yup,
would
yup,
obviously
yup.
be not an issue. What?
I have to
No, you're good. I
I
rolled
said
a nat
you have
20.
to-
You're welcome. Um,
And she's gone again.
Reds, why are you throwing that emote up?
okay. Well, I'm just gonna put my butt up on the balcony. Use the old hand crossbow on this one right here.
Because that roll was spicy.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I'm assuming
I was about
that
to say,
hits.
I was about to say, wouldn't he also roll that at advantage? Because
Yes.
they technically don't know that he's there, so
I'm
crit
not-
fish.
I guess I'll roll it one more time just to see if I get a crit.
Yeah, crit fish it.
No.
Worth a
And
shot.
then, you know, the sneak attack damage, right?
Yep. No, because he's not engaged in combat yet. Surprise round.
well,
So you do actually.
Right,
you
but I
don't-
had advantage.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he has advantage, and the target is also unaware of his presence.
So I just did 13
Technically.
damage.
Like they're not paying attention to him.
Bro.
Rogues, am I right?
Which one did he hit?
The one
This
that's
one?
right here. I
This
think.
one right here for
Okay.
13 damage. The lower one.
This one.
Yeah. I hit him with crossbow bolt and some extra damage for sneak attack.
Oh, and on top of that, the target is also within 5 feet of an enemy of that target. So
Yeah, they're all sneak attack worthy right now. It's wonderful for my character. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
stay right where I'm at and end my turn, I guess. I don't really have anything else to do here.
Okay.
My bonus round because I decided to... Yeah, just
Torchy.
go on. I'm not in your way.
Yeah.
Arrow to the back.
I mean, he wasn't wrong. She wasn't wrong. She was not in their way.
That bolt might.
All right.
Yep. Oh, all the complicated things a fighter can do.
I'm just.
Okay. On this guy right here. This guy?
the one that's closer to you.
Okay.
She yeets her short sword at the one far away.
I mean, she could move. I mean, it would not be. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Find out. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Nova, what are you doing in my chat?
Okay.
Then I get
Yeah.
I get a second attack, right?
Do it again.
We're gonna go for it again.
Second verse, same as the first.
Oh,
Nope. I
Nope.
don't think that hits.
probably.
That is not hit.
Yeah.
Why did they change PogChamp? That makes me
I
sad.
agree.
I know why, but it's not.
I mean, I know
Oh,
why
I
too,
know
but it's
why
still
too.
stupid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, it's not going to be
Basically,
something
nothing
to
to do.
discuss.
That was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, rhetorical question.
Alrighty. Anything else, Kazuto?
No.
Too busy trying to make me wear slowpokes on my head.
I think the
Oh,
Slowpoke hat has
oh.
on my face. I
The points for it.
looks
You don't have the
white.
points? Damn.
I'm
Oh god, yeah, that is
I'm
so
just shy.
Indigo
weird.
does. Indigo?
What?
Trying to get her.
She can make him wear it for the entire thing with her 200 million points.
I've got a lot of bolts.
Okay, Corchi, I think we're also waiting for you to say whether you end your turn.
I already said I ended it.
Okay. So, my turn then, Drez?
Yes.
Okay. I look at you and and scowl, Kazuto, and I go, "We needn't turn this into a bloodbath. Just disarm him, and we'll just tie them up or something." And I am going to cast upon myself. Alrighty. I think that is the end of my turn, because my things are running out slowly but surely.
Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to do that.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go and this guy right here at the top. Wait, is that him? No, I'm sorry, the bottom guy. The bottom guy is actually going to push past Perla and Sinefo to get to right here. Both of you get an attack of opportunity on him.
Yeah, boy.
Down.
I didn't mean to do that also. Oh wait, no, it
Bruh.
didn't do the thing. Okay. Oh, it did do the thing. Sorry.
Ooh.
I don't think that hits.
No.
Oh.
It does not.
Wait, I think it would have to be a melee attack unless he has spell. No, Warcaster?
I think it's
Yeah,
Warcaster.
Do you have Warcaster?
Huh?
We're level 3. I don't think he does.
No.
Well, he doesn't know. When someone when someone creates an opening for an opportunity attack, it usually has to be a melee weapon. It can't even be like a ranged weapon.
I didn't mean to send that.
No, that's fine. But there is the Warcaster feat that, as a spellcaster, you can go, oh, instead of a melee attack, I use a spell.
Yeah.
And there's also a bunch of other nice things. I think I'm probably going to grab it eventually.
All right. So
I missed.
what is your? Yeah.
Nova, you should probably do a melee attack.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
There you go.
Jesus. Okay.
That's a lot better. If he went into this square, would I not also get an opportunity?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, you would.
Here's my question. Can I attempt to grab him into a grapple, or is that not good enough?
I think there's
In
a certain
athletics.
feat that you need for that.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna allow it though. Roll me in athletics.
Not my strong suit, but I'm looking to grab him.
Do it. Oh.
Nope.
Yeah.
Unless,
No.
yeah.
Anti-is...
Claw at the air.
Okay. So, anyways, that's gonna be his turn.
Oh, sick.
Cinepho, it is actually now your turn.
He doesn't have that much movement speed.
He used it to push past through difficult terrain.
Okay.
Because there's the well here.
Yeah. Using a reaction to try and grapple sounds like a feat. It's whatever right now.
I would like.
I'm gonna check that.
use-
I'm gonna check that. Because that could very well be possible. I failed
think
either
that's-
way.
I think
Inflict
that's
wounds on the guy
ahead.
that's close to the three of us.
But I think the feat that you're thinking of is Tavern Brawler, because any unarmed strike you can turn into a grapple.
You want to roll that damage?
Yeah.
You just click the word inflict wounds.
Oh Jesus!
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
That's inflict wounds. It's 3d8 plus an extra d8 for every spell level above first.
Oh shoot, sorry.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can't. You can't do it.
I clicked show spell description.
Yeah.
So this guy is looking very rough.
He don't look too good.
This the guy in front of Anna is looking all right, but the guy that just pushed past you guys, he's having a bad day.
Wait. I thought this
What?
guy was the one that just got
No,
inflict
yeah.
wounded.
Yeah, I just
Oh.
inflicted this guy.
Oh, my bad. Okay, well then this guy's looking rough.
Ultimately, it don't matter. One of them's getting messed up right now.
26. Yeah. Doing some damage.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm gonna move here.
Did I just close out roll 20? Shit.
Oh no!
Whoops.
That'll be my turn.
They'll get an opportunity attack if you do that, I think.
If they
Yeah.
decide to take it.
Yeah, he will absolutely take that opportunity of attack if you move.
Oh,
Just
no.
a heads up.
Yeah, I'll say that. And that'll be it.
So my turn?
Yes,
Yay.
I'm assuming.
You're assuming? What are you assuming?
I'm assuming that Sinefo is done.
Okay.
No, I said that I was done. Yeah.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3. I'm getting in the way of this guy.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to use my last spell slot here. For Ensnaring Strike. And then I'm also going to take a swing with the rapier.
Okay.
Bruh!
Oof.
Oh, God.
The spell is still active, though. Keep that in mind. The spell is still active. I missed, but the spell is still active.
Oh.
Okay, so he's taking 1d6 at the start of his turn.
If I hit him, I need to hit him first.
Okay.
Because it says the next time that I hit a creature with a weapon before the spell ends.
You or anyone.
Then I cast it and it's on myself. So the next time I hit anything with a weapon before the spell ends, the rest of that effect.
It reads,
happens.
the next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack before this spell ends, a writhing mass of
I
thorny
got it.
vines.
Okay.
Okay.
I got it. I was just making sure.
I like that
Okay.
the descriptions are here.
Yeah.
So now it is this guy's turn. He's actually going to since Sinefo hit him, he's gonna go after Sinefo.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Anyway.
Oh no. Oh no.
No.
It's not actually Tavern Brother.
No,
Jesus
read the
Christ.
entire thing. I mean, I will.
Sinefo does 17 hit.
Yes.
Okay, take 7 slashing damage.
Okay.
And he has multi-attack, so does a 13 hit?
No.
I don't think that one hits.
I don't think a 13 hits anybody here.
I was about to say.
And I'm assuming a 21 hits. Yes. If a 17 hits, a 21 hits. Okay. Take-
Now I reaction cast shield.
I'm sorry, was that 3 attacks at level 3? Holy shit.
Multi-attack.
They're CR2, guys.
These guys are strong.
So that is 5 additional.
Okay.
And that will be his turn.
Oh my goodness.
I know I'm super exciting here. That's right in range.
I'm pretty sure that hits.
Sorry, I rolled the weapon damage after the sneak attack. I did that wrong, but it's 14 damage.
Oh man.
Okay.
Man, I feel like this hand crossbow is my new favorite weapon.
Okay, so they're both looking pretty roughed up.
And that 33 damage. That dude's taking a beating real fast.
And is that your turn?
Let's see here. I can still move my 30, right?
Yeah, you can still move.
There we go. I'm over there now.
That is a lot of difficult terrain, so did you measure that properly?
Second story work makes that not an issue.
Right, never mind.
Yeah. She just kind of acrobatics
Safe rows.
herself right over everything.
So, top
Just
of the
going full
round.
Ezio.
So, top of the round, this woman's going to move 2 spaces this way.
She can only
That was-
run 10 feet?
That was
Yeah.
that was one
What is
space.
wrong
She's a
with you,
baby.
woman?
She's gotta
That
be
was-
careful.
You can only run 10
There.
feet.
There we go.
Is she in high
woman.
heels and a pen?
She's
pencil
carrying
skirt?
a baby.
Exactly.
Oh, the person. Oh, I forget. Didn't even
Yeah.
realize she was on the map. I was zoomed in too far.
Yeah,
She's
I
over
don't
here.
think-
No, she's over here.
Yeah, she's way off to the side over here.
All the way over here, Corgi.
Oh yeah.
And this guard. And this guard that I'm blocking is trying to get to her, so.
My ability.
Dexterity?
Yeah.
For most things, since you're going as a dex fighter?
I mean, yeah, it depends on what ability modifier you're talking about.
Okay,
What are you trying to do?
I'm reading.
Hmm.
That's the fighting style for fighter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it says that I engage in 2 weapon fighting. I can add my ability to.
Yes.
Basically, the gist is,
Where did you
Corgi,
get it to?
when you attack with the first, because right now you only have 1 attack, that goes off as normal. You technically have 2 attacks.
So
'Cause
this
technically-
is so 2-weapon
Well, look-
fighting is if you have 2 weapons and you use your bonus action to attack. Because right now when you use your main action to attack, you get an extra attack off of that. But you still have your bonus action that you can use. If you use your bonus action to attack with another weapon, 2-weapon fighting allows you to use add your ability modifier to the damage. Normally that's not the case.
So I can attack with my.
That is what your second attack is, Corgi.
No. The second attack is the extra attack feature.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She's level 3. She doesn't have second
doesn't have
attack
that.
yet.
Okay. Yeah, so that would be her second attack then right now.
Yeah.
But once you have the extra attack, when do you get that? Level 5?
Extra attack is 5.
Okay.
Yeah, so Corgi, think of it like this way. Anyone who has 2 weapons in each
Is
of their
dual wielding.
hands is
Yeah.
dual wielding. Regardless of how many times they can attack with their regular attack, they're pretty much using their main dominant hand. The bonus action is using the offhand that you're not as dexterous with, which is basically saying, I'm hitting you, I'm hitting you, I'm hitting you, then I'm coming in and shanking you, which does less damage than going in with, like, your strong hand, right? You, because of the double weapon fighting, says, no, bitch, I'm basically ambidextrous. I'm going to do full damage with you as I'm just a whirling,
So am I?
hurt.
Yes.
Am I not missing attack when I'm attacking?
You would be missing out on damage if you didn't have that feat
Yes.
by being a fighter.
I just wondered.
Yeah, no, you're doing it fine. You're doing it fine.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Alright, so I.
Oh, that was almost a 20 on the
I
board.
wasn't on my screen.
I saw
Womp,
that, yeah.
womp.
No.
No, 13s don't hit.
Shank him.
Do it again.
Oh.
I don't think that hits either. Yeah, because that was both your main action and your bonus action because you don't have extra attack yet.
Okay.
Anathula.
Looking at what we got here. Damn it. Alright, Perla, does it look like you got things covered?
I think so.
Okay. Are they both looking pretty rough then, Driz? That was very loud.
Oh my
I didn't
god.
Again.
The
Not on my keyboard.
one is looking a little rough than the other, but they're both pretty rough right about now.
Alright. again, I'm struggling with Kazuto here, just full out flailing. I'm gonna try and bash this one with my shield and knock him prone, the one right in front of me.
Okay.
So, what do you want me to use for that? Is that athletics, or is it just a straight up like strength check?
Yeah, let's do
Or
straight up strength.
Strength attack.
Yeah, just a straight up strength.
Okay.
Nope.
Fuck.
Oh no!
That wasn't a natural one.
No.
That was
No.
not a natural one.
No.
That was just a 1 because of the -1 modifier.
I feel
So
like
no
that's
falling on their behind.
Okay. So this guy is gonna kind of run past Perla again. What was that? Oops. I
Bruh.
don't make sure that's.
Does 14 hit?
I don't think a 14 hits.
Dang.
Nope. 14 does not hit.
Fucking hell. An unnatural 1 is still a 1. Shut up.
I mean, it is a 1.
Oh, actually, sorry, Drez. Can I use my bonus action? I completely forgot because Sinepho's injured, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Sorry, Sinepho. I almost forgot about you, my dude. Go ahead and take.
Let's see.
Don't you dare forget about Sniffy.
You know, just go ahead and go sleep, Sinepho. Just go into the light.
Just fucking die.
Yep. Okay. Wait, how much was it? Shit. Sorry. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Go ahead and take 2 of these plus 3. Heal for 10, Sinepho.
Oh, sick. I'm almost back to full health.
Yup. And that is the official end of my turn.
Alright, so back to what the guard was doing.
Yeah.
What the guard doing?
Yeah, he's gonna just end his turn right there. He's gonna run to her and then that's it.
Perla whiffed her attack again.
Now it is Sinepho's turn.
Sniffy,
Hmm.
can you do better? Gotta work on the dimensional accuracy. It's pretty close though. Very small. Little.
Would actually hang on. Yeah.
You will take attack of opportunity from the one behind you if you move to him.
Oh, I'm not moving.
Oh, okay.
I would like
Fuck my shitty strength.
to use command on this guy and say, sit.
Yes!
Stop, criminal scum! You violated the law!
All my brain did was just
Inuyasha.
all my brain saw was this.
Yes,
My
Raz,
brain
you
was
said-
just like,
What the fuck is this, 2003?
He's not a dog demon.
Oh my god.
Well,
What's your DC on that?
Wait, is
It
this
should say
Dresden cosplay?
Spell save. Oh, don't you dare!
What did you say?
Nothing. Don't worry
Oh.
about it. Inside
Spell
joke.
save. I'm assuming.
I needed you to read to me what the spell save DC is for this, so that I can roll against it.
on your spell save or spell page, it tells you at the top.
Okay, that 13.
13.
I was about to say 13 is probably standard.
Yeah, mine's 13 as well.
Mine is
He
12.
rolled a 2.
He rolled a 2.
He
Oh
he
no.
just sit.
Level 3.
And then I think that'll be the end of my turn.
Oh my god.
Wow.
You're VIPing
Well-
right now, Sinefo.
Well, this is gonna get interesting. Prone. Yes. Exactly.
Oh my god.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay.
I feel like this is
Oh.
not going
Not
the way
even a
Dres
half
planned
dog.
it.
No, this is perfectly fine. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Nova,
Alright.
that was excellent.
Perla,
Okay.
what are you doing?
Hang on, I'm reading something here.
What's wrong, puppy? You itchy?
Or follow the command on its next turn. It doesn't say anything about the target needing to continually make the rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm gonna try and stop him in his tracks again. With my,
Okay.
still primed ensnaring strike.
All right.
Bruh.
No! I made. Okay.
Okay.
Dice effect.
So, no.
That's all I got. Because I can't do anything with my bonus action! I don't have any spells left.
All right. Now this guy's gonna go after Anna. Do.
Oh boy.
Dude's sitting on his ass and Perla still can't hit him.
Yeah.
Wait, wouldn't you have advantage because he's prone?
Would I?
I mean, I think that's up to the rule of cool address, because technically it says on his next action.
You know what? Go ahead.
Do it again?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Watch this be a 1. No.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. So... You missed? How did you miss? He's sitting right in front of you.
I mean, that takes some skill to miss someone who's just sitting on the ground in front of you.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
so
You're literally
we have-
knighting them.
we have the rapier damage, and then we also have this.
Okay, and that procs on his turn, right?
So
Am I?
okay. Next time
correct in that?
next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack before thorny vines appear at the point of impact. Target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by magical vines until the spell ends. So I need him to make a strength saving throw, please. DC 12.
All right. DC 12.
Are they a large creature?
Roll the 7.
He rolled a 7.
The 7.
So no, like I'm assuming modifier is negligible on that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at the start of his next
That
turn,
was with his modifier.
that was with his modifier. Okay, so
yeah.
he is now restrained.
Okay.
And then on technically twice, but this time he's actually restrained. And then at the start of his next turn, he takes that for piercing damage.
1.
A 1.
Does he take the 6 as well? That.
Hmm?
Does he take the 6 as well? Like,
Oh.
for this turn?
Dude's just sitting. No, it's at the start of his next turn. So I guess he would take the 6
Okay.
instead of the 1.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
I didn't even see the 6. I'm sorry. So yeah, he takes 6 damage at the start of his next turn.
Okay, he is prone and ensnared. All right. Let's attack Anna with this guy right here, the front guy, or the back here. Does a 13 hit?
I don't think it does.
Okay. Oh Jesus Christ!
Oh,
10 does not hit either.
I was about to say,
I'm assuming.
Anna, what's your AC? Like 15, 16, 17?
I don't think we
There's a whole
There's a
lot of miss.
14 hit.
Oh, sorry. No, but yes, 10 was my only weakness!
Okay, so he, out of the three attacks, he rolled a 13, a 10, and a 14. Do any of those?
Nope, AC 16.
Jesus Christ! That's gonna be his turn.
I love it.
Yeah, so upon seeing this disaster,
Oh my god, how could you?
Oh my god.
He's gonna focus his efforts over on the other guy.
Issa's gonna be like, well, that's not my problem anymore, and rolls up over here, and you know, from 10 feet away.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh
Wait.
no.
How do you have Eldritch Blast?
Let's just say there's a reason, and I'm not sharing it with the rest of the party.
Oh, I think I know.
There was a drug literally called Eldritch Blast.
It's
We
not.
were
It's
all
not from the
there.
drug. It's not from the drug. I promise it's not from the drug. That is
Fun.
something completely different.
I
The
have
funny
a
Eldritch
feeling on
Blast.
what it could be.
So do I.
I'm trying to figure out how the damage rolls though. It's 1d10.
It's a D10. Well, you need to make an attack roll.
Oh, okay. Wait.
You make a ranged spell attack against the target. Although, what is his modifier for that?
I have no
Because normally
idea.
it's charisma because it's a warlock cantrip.
Yeah.
So what do I?
It would
What
be
is
a D.
your-
It would be a D20 plus or minus your charisma modifier.
So if I just click charisma, will that roll it?
I mean, that won't happen.
Jesus Christ.
Roll 2 D10.
Oh no!
Roll 2 D10.
Oh
Because some of them are
no!
just crit.
Oh,
And of
does-
course it did like minimum damage.
5 damage.
I'm gonna because of all the things that led up to this, I'm going to allow you to re-roll those d10s.
really?
Yes,
Because you
oh
really
my
want
God.
someone to just get melted right now, don't you?
Dude. Listen.
That's a little
Slightly better.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh. Okay. Is that your turn?
Wait, does that? Can I get a sneak attack on that?
No.
No.
You
you're
you cannot
No.
get sneak attacks on spells. Unless you are an arcane trickster, I think, but you're not, so.
Wait.
So
Damage to one creature you hit with an attack. Oh no, finesse a ranged weapon. Yeah, I guess the spell's
Yeah.
not a ranged weapon.
I'm not allowing sneak attack on this spell. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I said, I think the exception to that is arcane trickster, and that's through a special class feature of theirs.
I moved.
You have a 5th level Eldritch Blast? What the
No.
fuck?
It's first level. He just crit with it.
Yeah, I crit.
Oh, right. Never mind.
And
That's
I'm
why
just
I
gonna
said
scoot my
2d10.
butt back over there.
You guys see Issa just pop in. Fucking, just a launch of like dark shadowy energy at this dude. Just boom. And then she's like, all right, peace. I'm out, guys. Good show.
God, I need to get Joe Cat's Eldritch Blast sound effect now for my soundboard.
Eldritch Blast!
Hang on, I
It's-
think
it's-
I have it. I have it somewhere. I just need to convert it into
Eldritch
a...
Blast.
That's the most ridiculous thing ever.
Kazuto's over here thinking that he just fired a Kamehameha blast.
Just...
Kamehameha. Eldritch Blast.
But he's just really confused, like, what the fuck?
Oh my god. She has no business having Eldritch Blast, by the way.
She does not.
But she does.
And you have one more, by the way.
I know.
You get 2 per day.
I know. Big D hooked me up.
Yeah, that's what I thought happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh jeez.
Okay, is that your turn?
Let me just put it this way. That was a really expensive Eldritch Blast. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
I
Kazuto!
have roll.
Huh?
Bought a
No.
No. I bought Eldritch Blast through a deal.
Corky, he may or may not have sold his soul.
He may or may not.
I'm still waiting on the
Nice.
other side of my contract to be done well or done on, but you know. Fine. We're in the middle of battle.
Guys,
Yeah.
I am dude down on my turn.
Do it.
I can just see the wind.
Hang on. Do it!
And that's gotta hit.
Don't let your dreams.
Yeah, that hits.
Don't let your
by the-
babes be dreams.
By the way, Anna, what was your reaction to seeing Issa just pop off a fucking...
I mean, I don't know. I don't know Isa's backstory or anything. Maybe that's a normal thing for her.
Yeah, that hits too.
Do it again.
Corky, you didn't change anything.
What?
That 19's a crit. She's a champion.
Oh. Roll another
Oh.
d6.
Roll another
Yep, roll
d6
another
for damage.
Which one's the 19? Is that an 18? Because it wouldn't show up green if she's.
She didn't change her settings to have it naturally come up.
I thought
That's.
Yeah.
It's 19 and 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so...
For her, not for you or us.
I know.
So
That's an 18, not a 19.
so the guy in front of Perla is
Is
looking...
it?
Yeah, that's an 18.
No, the second roll is a 19 plus 3. Wait.
Wait.
No, it's an 18.
Oh shoot. Okay. Yeah.
Oh no,
that
sorry, I read that wrong.
crit.
I read that wrong.
No crit.
My
Yeah,
bad.
I thought I had it set to automatic.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
So,
I fucked
That
up.
last 4 doesn't land.
Sorry,
still.
Corky.
still the guy looks pretty bad. Not as bad as he would have been, but he looks pretty bad.
Well, we still-
Yeah, the guy that is in front of Perla, he looks really roughed up and, you know, restrained and prone and all that stuff. This guy looked like he's just been... He's about ready to drop.
And now it's my turn.
And now it is your turn.
Having been oh so successful so far, I finally draw my blade and, you know, shield up, longsword over the top, and I go, "You're outmatched and outdone. Submit." And I hold my action to strike.
Hang on,
If he
so-
does not submit,
Alright, so I've apparently I had the Eldritch Blast sound effect this whole time. Hopefully this isn't too loud. There it
no,
is.
that's good.
Nice.
He will not submit. That is
Well,
not
if he
going to happen.
if he moves, attacks, If he does anything other than surrender, I'm striking, I guess, on his turn.
Any hostile actions?
This guy.
So this guy has been ordered to sit and is now also covered in spiky vines.
Okay,
This is
so
also when he takes that 6 damage, by the way.
so he is going to take that 60 damage. He is now looking worse off than the other guy. Can he stand? Like, I mean, other than being prone, like he's going to use his movement. But
Technically, this. I mean,
He's been ordered to sit, though.
Yeah, that's
okay.
his turn for this to his next turn.
Gotcha. All right.
Because he's under
Then-
the effect of command.
Gotcha. Okay.
To be fair, he's sitting. Then the snare happened.
Well,
So.
I mean,
Yeah.
technically it's the order of operations, because the technicality is that he does the sitting on his turn, but I hit him before his turn.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
All
So
right,
he was ensnared, and he just kind of popped the squat.
Yeah, he's covered in vines, and he's just like, okay.
Okay, so he's just that's his turn. Good job.
He can't do shit.
I am going to shoot him. The prone man.
The prone man.
Disadvantage, by the way.
What?
He's prone.
Yeah, that's the English version.
Yeah, if you try and shoot someone from far away and they're on the ground, they have higher chance to not be hit.
You
Oh,
have,
That's
yeah.
why you
Have
would
to
roll at
roll.
disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah, you have
I gotta roll again.
disadvantage when trying to use ranged attacks against people that are prone.
Yeah. So roll again.
But you have a good likelihood.
Bruh.
Oh.
Okay.
I was about to-
Except the
either
4.
way you take that 4.
Perla.
So, yes.
I'm assuming that you're done, Sinefo.
Yeah.
Okay. Perla, it is your turn.
I'm gonna go for the finish on this dude that is downed, on this dude that is prone and covered in vines.
Okay.
So, advantage, and this. Does a 16 hit?
16 is hit.
Okay.
I was about to say.
That's 7 damage.
7? It says
10.
10.
Or sorry, the 7. It rolled a 7. I forgot about the modifier. So yes, that is 10 damage. 10 piercing damage.
Are you doing lethal or non-lethal?
We're gonna try and go for non-lethal.
Okay, he's out then. He's at 0 HP. He's out.
Okay then.
Okay, and then now it is this guy's turn. And seeing his friend out, he's actually going to push past you guys.
Ooh, that was a bad move.
Then my held action goes off. I'm
Yeah.
gonna strike him with the flat of the blade.
Okay.
Would I get an attack of opportunity?
Everybody
All
gets
three
hit.
of you get
I'm
opportunity
guessing a
attacks.
12 does not hit.
No, it's
No.
15 or 16, I think.
What's wrong?
It's 15.
Oh, well, shit. DM just fucking told me,
Ooh.
so.
That's 2 whiffs.
Bruh.
Kazuto.
You know,
Okay.
you know, I don't want to use the
Isa.
other one. I don't want to use the other one yet. I wanted to hold on to it. I don't have advantage on this guy.
He's almost dead.
You have a sword.
Yeah. I guess I can do the offhand attack if I just roll up on him. All right, we're gonna hit him with the sword.
Actually, real quick though,
Aw.
It's still
Havoc,
his
you-
turn.
Hmm?
Oh,
Or that, was
Have
that
it-
his turn was pushing past them?
His turn was pushing past, but also Havoc gets an attack of opportunity in addition to the held action. Do you not?
The held
I
action uses his reaction.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Oh, he said
One strike's good enough for me anyway.
Okay.
Wait, no,
So if I roll as my bonus action the dagger attack, I don't do anything special with that, right?
You would just roll your dagger.
But the damage won't use your
The
agility.
damage would just be a D4.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Assuming that hits, which I think it does,
Yeah, it
because
does.
my 16 hits.
Yeah.
There you go.
4 stabby damage.
Hey, he's looking
miss
not
again.
pleasant. He's looking not pleasant. Like he's not having a good day. Kazuto.
My turn again already.
Is
Yeah.
is Issa not using main action?
No, I missed.
Oh, you
Yeah.
whiffed.
I whiffed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there it is. The
Yeah,
short
it was at
sword,
11.
right?
Yeah, Corchi, as a player, end this as a character. Don't.
Is it slashes?
Short
Forgot to move
swords do
this one
piercing damage.
up around.
Oh, fair.
Oh,
Wait. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah. 15.
No.
What?
No.
Oh, it
Meets
doesn't.
meets not beats.
Oh, I thought you were saying 15 hits. Okay, it is 16
No.
then.
That one.
There you
that
go.
one hits.
Lethal or non-lethal?
Do you want to knock him out, or do you want to turn him to dust?
My character would first.
All right, how do you want to do this? So wait, you're doing lethal damage then? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Describe how you can do it.
Kazoos comes out swinging, misses with the first attack, going right over their head, comes back around and just chops their head off.
No, I stab him in the stomach.
just
This close to glory.
just stab
This
him in the
close.
Is that?
Stabbed in the stomach.
Oh, just stab in the stomach.
Just apparently just stabbed in the. She didn't like mine.
All right, so yeah, so you're gonna come in. You're gonna come in and just swing at him and like whiff your first one, and then with your offhand, you're gonna he's gonna get caught off guard by the first swing. He kind of blocked it, and he opened himself up in the midsection. You're just gonna shove your sword right through his stomach. It's going through his like centurion armor, and then just and then he's just gonna crumble to dust all around your sword.
Mr. Stark, I'm not feeling so good.
And
Wow.
he is dead.
And then this other one is knocked the fuck out.
Yep.
Kazuto, that was entirely unnecessary.
I'm just trying to get out of here.
So like,
If that's even your real name.
stupid question. Like they turn into dust. Do all their possessions just drop next to them, or like?
I mean, yeah.
How did it?
Okay, they typically have like some just crappy, like it's worn out scimitars, a dagger, and some Centurion armor. If you're familiar with Centurion armor, that'd be
Isn't that like super heavy armor?
yeah. It's like it's plate mail.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
So is combat over then?
I mean,
Yeah.
we still.
I mean,
Okay.
Is anybody chasing after her?
well, as soon as they're knocked out, she's gonna keep going. If you guys want to run after her.
I guess I'll use the mobile and
Dash action. Who's you get?
I really want
You
to.
can reach her with a dash action.
Yeah, I know I can. Trying to decide what Issa wants to do right now.
Is she more concerned about the potential shinies that are on the ground, or is she more curious about the strange woman that is running off with a malformed child?
The baby's not very interesting to Issa. Issa's not even worried about the stuff on the ground. Issa wants to get a coin out of someone's gauntlet while they're not paying attention.
I mean, good luck.
Right.
So wait, can I acquire or with this?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to pick up a scimitar, like it's just a regular, it's a regular sword. It's a regular.
Were
It's
you
like a
chasing
six.
after?
It's a d6 slashing instead of piercing.
Yeah.
Is all a scimitar is. Compared to a short sword.
Well, I'm on my knees here offering a prayer to the soul of this creature. I look up at Kazuto and I'm like, well, I guess I should pray for yours as well then. I'm quite miffed with you.
Is Peggy chasing?
Perla is perfectly content where she's at.
Alright. I'm gonna go chase. Stop running! And I grab her by the arm.
Okay, she's at this point, combat's gonna be over.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, if we really want to, I can make this way worse of an ending.
Kick
And
the baby. No, don't kick the baby.
Stab the baby.
No, don't stab the baby.
all right, so let's get these guys out of here.
I'm over here now.
And she's just gonna be like, I have to go. I have to leave.
We already took care of the guards. Now come back over here for a minute. And I'm gonna start
be
pulling
more.
her towards the group. What did she say?
There'll be more. She's gonna struggle to kind of be led.
Oh, I'm
let her
just
go,
gonna
Issa.
yank on her and pull her over there. That was a saving throw. God damn it.
I mean, if you don't have a modifier, it might as well just be a
Yeah,
check.
it's just
Yeah.
a check. I just drag her over to the group.
Okay, she's a commoner, so like whatever. Yeah.
I mean, I could have completely lost grip of her or something. I don't know. Not on a 16 though.
Yeah, she has zero.
Peggy. I bring her over to Peggy since Peggy is a little separate here. Peggy, did you have anything to say to her?
You will stop calling me that, and you will call me Perla.
What do you mean?
Perla just glares. To answer your question, though, no, I did not have anything to say to this woman. If she wishes to leave, then I would not obstruct her.
Alright, I'm gonna let her go then.
There's no safe haven in this city. You should get out while you can as well.
We have our reasons for being here, but I appreciate your concern.
Yeah, I don't believe any of us are of this particular world. At least not that any of us are aware of. So you go get safe. And Issa, I think you and I need to have a word at your conduct today so far.
I look at you and just shake my head. Like,
Well, if you insist on staying in this city, at least travel in safety. And she's going to take the bundle off of the baby and hand it to Perla.
Okay.
You now have Cloak of Elvenkind.
Ooh.
bruh.
Oh. Fancy.
Cloak of Elvenkind. Okay. What does this do? Is it immediately obvious, or do I need to check it out first?
It requires attunement,
Okay.
but I will tell you what it is.
I do not think I have identify. Yeah, absolutely not.
I'm ready.
So the Cloak of Elvenkind, while you wear this with the hood up, Wisdom and Perception checks made to see you have a disadvantage, and you have advantage on Dexterity / Stealth checks.
Well, the hood is up. You said wisdom.
Yeah. With Perception checks to see you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on Stealth checks.
Is that is the advantage on stealth checks also only while the hood is up?
Yes. So here's the actual.
That looks like that would fit me better.
You have like a +7 to your stealth, bruh.
Exactly why I want that hood, so I can always be stealth.
Okay, Anti, do you understand the definition of a hat on a hat?
Yes, I've been doing that a lot lately, it seems.
Here you go. This is what it is.
My camera's like... This is so weird.
Did you post?
It should be on the main page. Go to players. It is in the handouts. There it goes.
Is it just taking a minute? Because I don't see it.
I don't see it.
I mean, I've already written it down. And it's in my inventory. So,
There you go.
there it is. Okay. Pulling the hood up or down requires an action. Okay, I will add that. Okay, cool. Sweet.
And
I think he gets all the fun toys.
and she's gonna head out now. She's just. Whoop. And that is that particular storyline.
Encounter.
Yeah. Are you still heading to the Coliseum, or are you gonna go back to the Shadow House?
I'll be honest, while I'm sure at this rate the Coliseum would be a lovely thing to visit, I think I need to go back and rest. I think we all need to rest.
I am of similar mind. What should we do with this one? And she points at the guard that's at her feet, that is unconscious and in vines.
Should we take him to the nearest guard shack and turn him in for improper behavior? leave him? I don't know.
She just kind of shrugs, and you know he's unconscious, so he's not like a threat or anything. And she just kind of, and the vines go away.
All right.
We might as well at least take his weaponry. No need
Yes.
for him to subjugate anyone else in this city.
They'll probably supply him with new ones, but well,
Resources are resources.
that is true.
You knocked a guard
Shipping.
out and you're stealing his clothes.
I mean,
I'm not tearing the armor off of him, but I'll take the weaponry, I
yeah,
guess.
we're taking his scimitar.
All right.
Like-
So
I guess for the
So
time
you-
being, Perla will hold on to the scimitar.
Alright, sounds fair.
you're just leaving him there in the street. That's it.
Yep. Yep.
Go on ahead. I'll catch up. I gotta check something out.
Insight check.
Is that even really necessary at this point?
No, it's not.
I mean,
Alright, very well. And I continue on.
All right, I'm back.
Good there, Nova?
Yeah, just got food.
so everybody's heading back to the thing. Yeah,
With the map.
I have the map.
We're not leaving without the map.
I just point you in the direction. I'll catch right up. Just give me a minute.
Oh, wow, I roll so terrible.
Perla, not wanting, obviously not wanting to trust Issa whatsoever, is also going to roll an insight check. I don't see
Right,
shit.
y'all have no idea what my intentions are, and I love it.
I don't know what happened.
East is going to murder the guard after we leave, but we're not insightful enough.
None of you have any idea that that's gonna happen, and none of you will, and that's the point.
Hush. Wait a minute.
What?
Never mind. No, never mind.
Look, if you're going to kill the god, just
You can't know that I'm gonna kill the guard. I said I'll catch up. I just gotta check. And I start walking over to the side street.
All right. So as everybody heading back to the.
I guess.
All right.
Coliseum?
No, we're going to the Shadow House.
No,
Oh.
we're a bit banged up, so we might as well just head straight back.
Yeah. Well, so I wait till they're out of sight, and obviously.
Bro!
So
Here, I'll play this one for you too.
Nice.
so actually, before you do, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
He wakes up, turns into a.
He's actually a polymorphed Tarrasque. Good job.
Shit,
You fool! This wasn't even my final form.
Yeah. All right. So
And then
I'm
she's
already
just
a
gonna
dragon.
dash to catch up to the group.
yeah, he crumbles to dust.
Yep.
Just,
No shinies in the dust.
I mean, if you want plate armor, and they already took the scimitar,
They
so
took the scimitar, yeah.
On the other side of the road, well, I feel very good about leaving one of them alive. I don't know why everything here has to survive on bloodshed and evil.
I take the shortcut from the side street and dash in front of, like, basically
I would
outrun
not.
them.
I would not head this way.
No.
Well, what
No.
way can we go? We're just following the pathway.
I pointed them in that direction. We went that way.
All right, go ahead. Because you're gonna run through the Coliseum, but it's okay.
Well, we're going
We're
on the
going
road along
around
the
the
Coliseum, not
Coliseum.
through it.
Fuck those
Okay.
assholes.
All right, as you're approaching the Coliseum, you hear.
I love how his mic is flipping.
Yeah.
Chanting.
Well, you hear-
okay.
Yeah, you hear chanting. in
Everything's-
here.
That sounds exciting.
Everything's terrible and I hate it here.
Sand is coarse and it gets everywhere.
All right.
Hi, Cowbell. All right, so yeah, we're making our way back to Shadow
Making
House
our
place.
way downtown.
Making my way downtown.
Shadow House.
Way.
Some things are different, as you notice when you get back in.
Do we really notice something's different?
First of all, you notice a glyph on the floor of the door that you enter.
I stop immediately. What the hell is that? Do I
Come.
recognize it at all?
No, you don't.
I'm
Okay,
just gonna
can
push
I
past her and
inspect it
open the door.
Can I inspect it with my spell knowledge?
Arcana.
Oh, come on!
You don't know shit.
Ah.
It's a pretty glyph.
Y'all are
It's
oblivious
shiny.
as fuck tonight.
It's shiny, pretty glyph.
What about
Everything
Perla?
sucks and I hate it here!
What about
Um,
Perla? Because I can imagine Perla would be right next to Anna this whole
Yeah,
time.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, +1 Arcana. Nope. It's pretty.
It's pretty glyph. I will tell you guys that the glyph will not hurt you. But that is as much as you get.
I mean,
And then
Issa's
you-
already inside.
Yeah, you hear from the corner, or you hear from deep within the room, like where the lounge area is. Come, I'll explain everything in a second.
Yes, glyph, Apple, not cliff. We're not
Glyph.
walking through a door and then
Listen, you
taking a
gotta pronounce it
tumble.
right. It's glyph.
Oh my god.
I will stab you, Anti.
I've done all the stabbing tonight. I think that was very clear.
I did some stabbing.
Between me and
I want to do some kicking.
between me and Annie here, I was doing the stabbing.
Actually, you were doing the piercing.
Glyph,
I did
not
more
gilf.
stabbing than you know.
You glyph.
I'm not
No,
actually saying
You
that.
did more crossbowing than I know.
Hey, crossbows do piercing damage.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
stabbed her with some bolts.
You don't stab people.
Okay, I did more bolting. Whatever.
You don't go, oh, I've been stabbed by a crossbow! Ah!
Stabbed by a bolt. A bolt.
I've been shot.
Okay. So, anyways, you hear from in the lounge area. Come, I'll explain everything in a minute.
Is that you, Big D?
And we enter.
Oh my god.
It is not. It's
It's William, probably.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I can guide the raid with 3,000 of bronze points.
Oh no.
Who we raided, boys?
Oh no.
What?
Oh no. Oh no.
What's the most awkward VTuber? Hold on.
No. No.
Okay, hold on. Let me just load up my
No.
VTuber I've been working on.
No.
Let me get my voice changer going. Let me just get that loaded up.
You're not
Anyway.
a VTuber.
so anyway.
Just loading up my VTuber stuff right now.
I can't tell if he's serious or not. That's the crazy thing.
Are you guys gonna enter or not?
I already entered. I'm already in the room. I pushed past everyone.
All right, cool. So, position
Ah,
yourself
it's not
where you're
loading.
gonna be.
What?
What?
Okay, wait. Can we
What?
have the room map?
Oh, yeah. My bad.
Oh, did that really close?
Well, Issa's first, so that's a given.
I guess I'll
Perla
be
would-
right here.
Pearl would probably either be like here or here.
Mhm.
I mean,
Eh.
if Anna was up here,
Anna is standing currently on the glyph. By the way, if you move on.
Yeah, I'd be outside, still looking at it.
okay.
Stop
so
moving my thing!
Bruh. Yeah, Havoc, I think your grid setting is weird. Because you're moving off center of grid every time you move. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so you're on my end, you were like here.
He's on grid for me, but I just had to reload
just-
because I'm an idiot. Hey, Billy.
No, he was off grid the whole time for me.
Okay.
Anyway,
Wait.
moving on.
I don't know.
So anyways, I said, "Is that you, Big D?" "Oh, it's you, Billy. How's it going?"
First thing you notice is it's a piece of a staff, no bigger than a wand, sitting on the table with a dark, glowing green gem on the top of it, almost the same color as the glyph you see in front of the door.
on this table,
Yes.
and I'm in front of everyone.
Yes.
I attempt to take it and hide it from everyone before they see it.
You don't have a bag of holding.
I
You'd
can
literally
put.
just be standing there with a giant staff.
No, it's a small staff. It's like a
It's a rod.
yeah, it's a rod.
It's a Wii remote.
That's not what I wanted.
Wii remote.
Well,
Oh.
William is definitely going to notice because he put it there. So, and he was watching it the entire time.
I mean,
So
yeah.
even with your 20 sleight of hand, you're gonna. Like,
I'm
somebody
holding it
looking
and
at-
I'm like hiding it from everyone else's view. How's it going, Billy?
Yes, well, if you put that down, I can explain about it in a second.
There we go.
But it's shiny.
I have modified my Nightbot so that it doesn't cause issues with caps now.
So, firstly, I've made some arrangements to the Shadow House. First and foremost is the staff that young Miss Issa is holding. This allows you to tap on any door in the world of Augustine. It allows you to tap on any door in the world of Augustine and open that door to the Shadow House. You must tap
Okay.
on it 3 times to open with the rod to open to the Shadow House.
Great, we're leaving that to Issa.
And as it stands, this location will no longer be the location for the Shadow House, as we've had unwanted people at our door.
I
Yes,
kind of
I've-
sigh and fold my arms. Wait, what was
Now, so now,
One and two.
You don't remember the corpses that were so unharmoniously dropped off this morning?
Oh.
that? Please.
now
Yeah.
the Shadow House door will act as a summon. You summon the door with tapping the rod on any door 3 times.
So, Mr. William, can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
What's with the glyph in front of the door that's there right now?
That is to act as it is a summoning glyph. It is to act as a means to summon the door. It interacts with the wand.
Okay.
Fancy. Let me guess. Dalton's work?
That is correct.
I've rolled my eyes.
How very thoughtful. At least we don't
He
need
is
to come back
taking
to the
care
same
of us.
place every time.
Master Dalton and myself have made some alterations to your rooms as well. If you feel the need to visit them while you're here, you are welcome to. They're yours to stay in.
I would kindly appreciate Dalton to stay out of whatever occupants I decide to call a room.
As when you are active in the Shadow House, Master
Like it
Dalton
minimized.
has,
There we go.
has given his word that he will not occupy the Shadow House as well. He's only here when you're vacant from the Shadow House to assist me in measures that I cannot complete. As for your rooms, they are going to be, how do I put this delicately? Bloodbound to you, so only you can enter them. Even Master Dalton himself could not enter.
Interesting.
Do I get the feeling that they're telling the truth? That seems slightly suspicious for something that is of like their creation.
Insight check?
Yeah, go ahead.
Insight. Maybe I can finally roll well. Do 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 do.
Nat 1. No.
Yeah, 17.
You're getting. William is being very truthful with you. In fact, you note from previous encounters with Dalton that if he tells you something, he's going to stick to that. He will not tell you the whole thing most of the time, and have you figure it out. But you notice if he does tell you something, that is fact. He will not lie to you, but he will not tell you the whole truth until it is deemed necessary.
And if we do get something correct, then he does this little
Yes.
nose tap.
Yep.
Well, I kind of sigh and I, scratch my brow and I look at William a little more softer. I go, well, thank you, William. I appreciate that most definitely.
Yes, well, there is the uncomfortable measure of blood bonding your room. It does require your blood.
I'm sorry?
How
It is
much?
But a drop. When you touch the doorknob, it will take it.
This is not some sort of extra bond.
No, it is only to bind the room to you, and only you, and only allow occupants that you give permission.
Very well.
I suppose that's acceptable.
Are you guys gonna check out your rooms?
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
might as well. There's some level of curiosity now.
Yeah, we can go check out our rooms.
All right, so William's gonna lead you to the first room. This room right here will be Perla's.
She'll walk up to it. Is there anything different about the door?
There is like a tiny little, like a spike on it that you can prick your finger on, and once you do, the spike will go away.
Okay, so I guess she's gonna go ahead and do that.
Okay, when you
Just
open up the door, you see this room.
Ooh, pretty.
And he'll be like, "I'll leave you to that." This room belongs to a Miss Issa.
Goody, I'm neighbors with a kleptomaniac.
Good thing your rooms are bloodbound.
Issa giggles, pricks her finger, and goes in her room.
Okay.
Closes the door before anyone else comes up behind her.
Oh, hold on. You are going to see this room.
You shit.
You notice that your room is significantly shorter than the last room.
Called it!
Oh, it seems so much bigger from the outside.
Let me guess, Issa has a whole basement to herself now.
Do you explore the room a little further? Actually, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna close the door behind me, I guess, and then just start playing around with everything.
Okay, roll me a investigation.
All right.
This room is made of room.
Oh God.
Actually, that's good enough. It's barely passes, but it's fine. When you get to about here, you notice that there's a little bit of give to the wall.
Well, I mean, I'm pushing on it.
Okay, and you see
An interdimensional portal to another area. Oh.
no, it is just it's a false wall with 3 treasure chests inside.
Just like home. And I close the wall back up.
Are you going to inspect the treasure chest?
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
I feel like Issa's actually gonna be really paranoid about these chests now. They're
They're
just wooden chests,
I
right?
never...
What?
I never attacked you with chests.
No, but they are inanimate objects that hold things. Okay, fine. She's not gonna check them. She's just gonna open this first one.
Okay, roll for initiative. No. I'm kidding. They're all empty. They're all empty chests. They're empty because you have to fill them. Okay, and then I'm going to be like, and this room is Anna's?
I kind of lean into William and I go, I'm kind of letting it go with most people, but it's Nathula.
Anathula.
I don't make it a big deal, but everyone keeps getting it wrong, and it's starting to get a little irritating. But just between you and me, William, we'll just roll with it, okay?
Nathula.
Yes, thank you.
My apologies.
I step up to the door, and I'm like, and so I just prick my finger here.
That's correct.
And I pull I pull my hand out of the glove, and I notice the coin. I kind of grimace a bit, and I hold up my thumb and just start reaching it for it. I go, and you're sure this doesn't lock me into some sort of...
I'm gonna try to steal the glove from her while she's taking it off.
You're in your fucking room.
Are you kidding me?
Get out of here!
No,
You're in your fucking room.
I'm gonna say that you're in your room during all this.
Fine. Damn
Okay.
it.
But yeah. No. There is no additional contracts with Master Dalton. It is only to bind the room to you.
And I have your word, William.
Yes.
Very well. I prick my finger. And I immediately put the glove back on.
And you see this room.
Books.
I kind of lean in and stop. Like, how familiar is it?
You notice it like immediately. Like this is like this is so something from your world. Like this feels like home to you.
I lean in just a little bit further, and it's like spookily familiar, or
Yes, very spookily familiar. Like
Getting goosebumps.
I back out and I turn to William and go, "What is the meaning of this, William?"
well, that is part of the magic of the door. Once it is blood-bound to you, it shapes to the room that you would most prefer.
My eye kind of twitches a little bit. I'm like, and it's just the magic, not Dalton's doing, correct?
It is just the magic.
I kind of inhale deeply and still eye twitching. Take a nod to William. Take a step inside.
Hey, William.
Yes, Mr.
What
Sinefo.
is this, like, thing over here?
Oh, yes. That is our scrying table. We will get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Thank you, Nova, but I had bigger things to tackle before that.
And this, Master Sinefo, is your room.
Oh, okay.
And I will move out of
Kazuto's
the
still
way.
in the lounge, by the way.
I guess I'll prick my finger and then open the door.
Okay, and you see this room.
This looks just like home.
I was about to say an 8x8 master suite.
And finally, this is Master Kazuto's room. The door is in front of me, Master Kazuto. Oh, what? Doors right here. Right here. Well, yeah, there you go. Good job. Okay, so when you prick your finger, you see this room.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
I gotta ask, is that a functional computer?
Yeah.
Is it hooked up to the internet?
Yes.
Drez, I hate you for having done this. Corchi, I don't know how I feel about you for having done this. But I'm mostly just surprised that this exists in this program.
Right,
Amazing.
This is the weebiest room I think I've ever seen, and I've been to Corchi's place.
Dalton has
This is quite literally copy-paste Kirito, so yeah.
and Master Dalton has gone to extreme measures to acquire you something called a Nintendo Switch.
Oh
How the
my
hell did you do
God.
this? Oh god. Kazuto's just gonna be playing fucking Mario Kart for the next 8 hours.
Is there a cell phone in there? Because Kazuto may never come back out if there's Pokemon Go.
Well, now that all of the rooms have been addressed, I will address any other questions you may have about the further additions to the Shadow House.
I want to knock on the wall that I'm closest to and say hi, neighbor.
They can't hear you.
Aww.
So Perla has set down the scimitar that she picked up off the guard. That is in her room now.
Okay.
And she's coming out this way. closes the door behind her and comes out this way to get with everyone else.
Okay.
For a matter of fact, my door is just still open, and I'm just kind of going like bookshelf to bookshelf and just kind of taking everything in.
Are you trying to enter the door room, the open door room?
No, I'm just peeking in.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he can.
If you have to give him William's going to say you have to give people physical permission. You see, as like, Sinefo's just kind of going like this, trying to peek in, is met with like a force field.
Well, what's the definition of permission, though? Like, is it just a mental thing, or is it like physically I have to say Sinefo has permission?
Vampire rules.
Yeah,
You may
basically,
enter.
yes. You have to say to the person, "You may enter."
Is that an every time occurrence, or is that a
It is until you revoke it.
okay? Sinefo, you can enter if you wish.
No one's gonna let me in their room ever.
Issa's not gonna be allowed into anyone's room.
Except for Billy's.
Yeah, I was kind of going to say Sinefo enters, Perla enters, Kazuto enters, door slams shut in your face.
I've gone back in my room and I've pulled out Ulysses.
This place is pretty cool. Very cozy.
I'm a bit more unsettled by it than feeling particularly cozy, but yes, it is unusually familiar to me. And I take out my blade and I kind of start to fit it into the little holder here, and it's right.
Yeah.
You see me just kind of twitch a little, and kind of have this general look of icky unease, and like, I don't know how I feel about this, Sinefo. I really don't. This is basically the proportions are a bit different, but this is my home.
Mine seem like that too, but I just thought it was a nice gesture.
Door is still open. You will
I
hear.
still don't like it.
If your door is still open, you'll hear William say, "It is the room interacting with your mind."
No, I understand that, William, but I still find it very. Well, let me rephrase that. I will never trust Dalton, William. I'm willing to at least extend a decent bit to yourself, but it's a lot for me. I'll just leave it there, Willie.
Willie.
So you said the room interacted with our mind. If we wished to make changes, would we only need to envision it then?
That is correct.
Issa's immediately envisioning the chest
but,
full of platinum.
But as a
Your
DM,
door's shut, you can't hear anything.
As a DM, no, please don't do that, because that is a pain in the ass.
No. Like, do that. As soon as he steps outside the gate, it shuts back inside.
It's trapped in the room. Like, I can't take the chests with me or the valuables in them unless they came from outside.
I mean,
imaginary goods are just that.
Yeah, there's plenty of bait spells to create buildings that have stuff in them that just as soon as they go outside, they go.
Well, do we have any other questions?
Yes, I believe Sinefo had asked you something earlier, and I have to follow. I have to agree with what he said. What the hell? What in the hell's is that?
It is a scrying table.
What's Kazu doing?
What's a scrying table?
allows you to know the location and action of an individual for a brief period of time.
Oh, you move.
So, say if we knew of our targets, for example, one of them being... Hang on, I need to grab my notes here. For example, one of them being Constantine. We could simply look in on him, so to speak.
That is correct.
Would the individual in question know that they are being watched?
It depends on the individual. Scrying on someone, say Master Dalton, would be an incredibly...
Poor decision.
Yes.
Quite.
Well then, how does it work?
Well, knowing the individual will give you measures to see what they're doing and where they are.
I mean, that doesn't quite answer the question at hand. How does this particular device work? I understand magic is afoot.
You stand in the middle
Uh-huh.
and you concentrate on your target.
And how often can this be used? Is this just at our leisure, or...
It can be used more than once a day, but I don't recommend it, as you will begin to exhaust yourself if you use it more than that.
See.
So then, each person could effectively use it once per day without repercussions?
That is correct.
So for us, we would have 5 total uses before any negative effects.
That is correct.
I see.
I step in the center and say, Dalton Lane!
Did he? I thought he just said that was a bad decision.
As you do that, you're going to be immediately knocked on your ass.
He really doesn't like you, does he?
Hang on, where is it?
Alright, where's the prone icon? We need the prone icon.
How much damage do I take?
You don't take any
9
damage, but you
million.
do suffer a point of exhaustion.
Well, I would like to say that was entirely unexpected, but I brought it upon myself.
Yes, Master Dalton does enjoy his privacy.
And seeing as he is the one who
I,
created this, I would imagine that, you know...
And so
Anyway.
then I take it anyone within the city we can call upon.
That is correct.
Out of character, I was kind of asking, does this work to other planes or just here?
Well, it's supposed to work just to here, but I don't see why it wouldn't work to other planes. It would just be more difficult. Okay, so...
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying. Is he alluding to it just being this plane, or...
He's alluding to it being just... If you know your target, that's that. Mechanically, like... I'm speaking as a DM now. Mechanically, there is a DC check,
Okay,
and an extra planar will be a higher DC.
yeah. No, that's fine. So he's making it obvious that if it's someone that we know,
Yes.
I kind of get this flushed look on my face, and I step inside and I say, "Mother."
Okay. Roll me an Arcana.
Oh dear.
boy. Oh boy.
What?
And that one.
Come on, that's a 20.
I'm just hoping this completely
sorry.
exhausts your character.
Nothing.
no, you're not gonna get anything.
Damn it. I kind of still. Is that 2 points now?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, I'll count that as your first one. The Dalton Lane one was just a lesson.
All right, that's fair.
Don't.
Don't try and peek on Dalton.
That's fair. I kind of stumble back, holding my head a bit, and go, well, I felt like there was almost a connection there. Anyone else?
I will wait until later before I attempt to use it.
So a point of exhaustion is disadvantage on ability checks.
Yes, that's correct.
First one. Okay.
If no one else is...
That's also the definition of metagaming.
I'm reading the rules. That's all I'm asking. He did say it did the thing.
Yes, but auto success negates exhaustion.
Yeah,
Just to have
okay,
it.
but we haven't been doing auto success for the stuff they've been doing.
To be
I mean,
fair, you said no, let's let it ride.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could have said
in
no.
matters of the coin, I feel like we should let it ride.
Anyways, if
It was
no one
fun.
else is going to use the scrying table, we actually have something that we could use your assistance with, William.
Yes. What is it?
Perla's going to turn around and look at Issa just to make sure that she's still there. Standing, like, right next to her.
Hi. What's up?
You stay put.
What do you want? What did I do?
She's going to turn back to William. There is a matter of a coin and a sword.
Oh dear, are we really handling that right now?
We may as well.
William, I fear your response right now. But how much do you know of this goddess Loth?
As soon as you say her name, his face is going to get really dark. Why?
I believe I asked you the question first, William.
Well, for that, it is a long story, and we may need to retire to the lounge, if that's all right. And he's gonna walk up to the lounge.
I go up to Perla. Are you sure we have to do this?
I would at least hear his story. It is judging based off of his reaction, he may not have the most positive feelings towards the Spider Queen.
And what about Elistray? How do you think he would bear with yours?
I am unsure. I would hear his story first, before I make any judgment calls.
Following him.
I still have a number of questions I think we need to have a conversation about. I'm curious to say the least. But
And that conversation
Yes,
we
let's-
will have.
very well.
And Perla is turning once again to look at Issa. This is happening before Anna moves. You go in front and stay where I can see you.
The hell do I have to go there for? You're not letting me have my coin anyways.
I'm sorry, but do you fancy... I'm sorry, but do you fancy being cursed by a goddess who would think of you as less than filth?
I mean, it sounds like normal. Sounds pretty.
I'm sorry, less than filth? Is that everyone? Or because she's not a drow?
Just in general.
Okay, I guess I'm definitely beginning to get a handle on this Lulf character. Alright. Issa, continue on then if Perla insists.
Trust me, I would strongly advise against wanting this particular coin, Issa.
It's my call, though.
That is to be debatable.
Came out
Get a
of
move
my
on.
pack.
But here's the question, did you arrive here with that coin, Issa? Did you have this coin on you in your previous life?
Of course I did.
No, the fuck you didn't.
I think Perla and I are just wearing the same expression.
I just
rolling our eyes and just like
shake my head and walk away. Hey Billy, what
Well
did you
then,
call this
the
rod
fact that
again?
the fact that we both rolled 17.
Oh,
with
it
our
was so
modifiers.
obvious she was lying too. She was lying through her teeth at you. It was just
Call it the Shadow Rod.
All right then.
What is it with shadow? And then
we're in the shadow house. It's the shadow rod. It's fine.
Master Dalton.
Who has the Millennium Puzzle?
Master Dalton enjoys his shadows.
Quite.
He is a pretty shady figure.
Guess Perla's gonna sit on the couch over here.
I guess I'll sit on the other side?
Well, again, if he also wants to balance his rest,
I mean, we could probably get a short rest, not a
yeah,
long rest, though.
It's still probably fairly early in the day. What about like
Yeah.
9 o'clock, 10 o'clock?
Probably.
Yeah, I'd say it's like it's pre-noon but late morning.
Okay.
Well, while we kind of sit and talk about this, do you think we could spend it as like a short rest, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Easily.
so I
Okay.
get to
In that
regain my
case-
health.
Oh, rock.
Well, as a short rest, you can use a hit die to regain the health.
What?
So
Basically, you have a number of hit die per your level. So for us 3,
yes.
that is your pool to heal with for during short rests every day. They reset depending on the DM at the end of every long rest.
Fighter
You'll
still
see-
D10.
Mm,
Interesting.
okay.
You still will have your point of exhaustion though, because those only go away on long rest.
Oh yeah, of course, of course.
Is that the only thing you can
Before
do?
we start this conversation, I have to use the restroom. Be right back.
Go for it. I'm gonna take this
Alrighty.
opportunity and get some more water and mix myself some more gamer subs.
It is restroom break time, everybody.
Yup.
We'll be right
Gabby.
back.
Go to intermission.
I was gonna
Go
say,
to intermission.
Intermission. Oh. What does your character think about all these them taking trying to curse the butler. They're trying to curse the butler. Like, what the hell? I don't get it. I don't understand why that's okay, but, you know.
What's okay?
Oh, I was just talking to Corchi. The whole them cursing the butler, but not letting me read the goddamn coin. It's just the most bizarre thing for them to do.
Just wait.
Well, we haven't entirely reached a decision yet.
No, I know.
If the butler doesn't want anything to do with it, then sure, we'll let Issa curse herself as long as Perla gets the sword, because Perla's the only one that can actually use it. That's what I feel like is gonna happen, anyways. I need to order more gamer subs. Not sponsored, by the way.
Hashtag not a sponsor.
Yeah, I know, right?
All I did was piss. How the fuck did all you get back so soon?
I mean,
Because I went to go get water.
I mean, I went and got ibuprofen, refilled my drink, used the toilet, washed my hands, had a conversation about why we're cursing a butler.
Hey, Issa should be happy. We think more highly of you than the butler.
Oh.
That opinion is slowly changing, though.
Oh my
Or William.
Wow.
This butler is proving to be more reliable and trustworthy than you.
I mean, y'all stole her coin from her and are trying to give it to someone else now.
Also, just wait. Also,
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay,
a lot of
I'm
a
just
lot
saying,
of things.
No, it's fine.
as a player, are you actually tilted? I can't tell.
Issa is salty.
Issa's upset that her coin has been taken. That is literally her biggest goddamn flaw, my dude.
That's true. Hey,
Unless she
fine.
gives it to you, that is like, ooh. Gotta play the character, you know?
I know.
I hate that's like, she just wants that coin. That is all she can focus on. She didn't even rifle through ashes, you know?
I mean, I so thoroughly threw that cursed item at you, and gladly did it with a grin, so...
That's exactly how she got cursed last time.
What was the curse?
She was turning into
An aquatic reptilian creature.
there you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Slowly but surely.
That's not much of a curse. It's just that
When you lose your legs and shift into a serpentine body.
okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I didn't really understand what it was then.
She was slowly losing her creamy smooth skin and being replaced with scales.
Okay. Is everyone here?
I think so.
Nova?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, okay. Also, Havoc, I don't know if you turned it off, but your camera's off.
Yeah, no, my wife's up and she doesn't want to be on
Okay.
camera or anything, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. No, turn it back on.
All right.
Proceed! Also, I'm full health now.
So, he's gonna let out a huge sigh.
Nice. That updates the way that it is. Okay.
Well, you wish to know about Lolth.
I would wish to know more about your particular story with Lolth. seeing as there seems to be a sensitive history, and I'll put it this way, it will impact a decision that has yet to be made.
Well, I don't know what this coin is you speak of. However, I will admit, I have not been entirely honest with you. For you see,
I suppose color me shocked.
yes, well, my apologies. You see, I don't know how long I've been with Master Dalton in the Shadow House. The years that I have given you are a farce, as time does not progress as it would normally in this realm.
I imagined as such, but the amount of time I can imagine is still quite a significant amount.
Unfortunately, I would not know. It could be a day, a week, 1,000 years. I would not know.
I mean more in reference to what you know and how long you yourself have been here, not necessarily to the time, passive passage of time to the world outside.
See, that is also a tricky subject, as I'm not exactly living.
I'm sorry?
Perla raises an eyebrow. Go on.
I made a deal with Master Dalton for my soul. And my soul was to be in service to this place. Master Dalton revived me from a very tricky situation. You see, when I told you that I'm from Barovia, that is true. However, I was more than under the thumb of the Vampire Lord, known as Strahd von Zarovich. You see, I was his right-hand man. My real name is Rahadin.
I raise up my hand.
Yes.
I'm unfamiliar with this Barovia. Where is this location? Is it anywhere near this? I wave over towards Kazuto. This Japan, or
It is a land clouded in mist. And I served under Strahd von Zarovich and worshipped under Lol. I had 2 masters, but now I have 1.
So the deal that you made with Dalton was to escape from the 2 then?
That is correct.
Because neither of them were happy with your split allegiance.
No, see, my service, they were happy with it. But it ultimately led to my end. Albeit at the hands of some wood elf tart druid and her girlfriend. But that is another life.
So I guess the question to ask then is, did you... How do I phrase this? Are you still partial to Lolth?
No. I would just as soon forget that whole past.
Very well then. Now,
I kind of look over the Perla and just shake my head.
I think now would be a good time to explain what this coin is that we found. We went over to the docks area where Dalton had made a rather noticeable commotion with an explosion, and we found a building that was being guarded by a Memorian and some of his underlings. We dealt with them, but inside was a magical darkness that only parted for me. You can imagine why. And she just kind of does this motion, like, just kind of, just look at me, like,
Yeah, William's gonna nod.
In the center of the room, there was a blade, and on its hilt
I rolled
was a spider,
3 times for
a symbol of a spider.
This whole matter. Get positive.
Issa, and she motions over to Issa, sitting off to the side, reached out before any of us could properly investigate it and attempted to touch it, and then realized that a particular coin had been placed into her backpack. Dalton explained it to us like this. The coin and the blade are linked. And there's an inscription on the back of the coin, and whoever reads it would then be in possession of a blade provided to us by Lolth. The blade could then be used by any of our race, and she kind of does this motion back and forth between her and William. So the thought that we had was that whoever read the coin would be affected. And then the blade could be used by whomever. So we had thought to consult you on the matter and see if you would be willing to take possession of this blade, to basically take possession of the blade, but allow one of us, me in particular, seeing as it only works for our kind, to use it. But if, like you said, that is a history you would rather forget and not be associated with anymore, I wouldn't press it on you.
I
understand that it's part of your contract with Dalton to assist us in whatever matters we deem, we need assisting with that you can. But I am not uncaring.
Perla, I mean, it sounds like you're still continuing through with this. I see a man that has escaped at least one threat.
I will say this. It is my duty to serve Dalton and his contracts by any way I can. This is definitely within my capability. I will also say I would rather not.
And that is what I am getting at. I would not force this upon you if it is not something that you do not want to do.
Tell me about this Lolth, William. How devious is she? How malicious? How
vile?
Yes. How vile? What what could this coin do to an individual?
Well, that's where it gets tricky. As you see, the sword you've described, I'm very familiar with. Because it was mine.
She raises
Excuse
her
me?
eyebrow again.
Really
However,
now?
yes. However, I'm unfamiliar with this coin. As the sword is bound to a ring, and the ring can only be worn by someone who devotes their life to law. It does not matter if they be drow or not.
I grimace at that.
What would this coin or ring do to another race? Such as, say, an elf?
Or a half-elf?
I suppose it would corrupt them.
In what way?
Well, to serve Loth, you need to be evil, obviously. So, there is that. Secondly, I'm unfamiliar with what would happen to non-drow individuals, but I would assume that they would slowly become a drow themselves.
Such a thing is possible.
Magic can do many strange things.
I mean, I'm aware of some of its capabilities, but I mean, to utterly change your being. Even I've not heard of such magics as that.
It definitely
Lolth?
seems something that would be within the realm of possibility when Lolth is concerned.
Such an evil creature could hardly have that much power. I can't believe something so malign could exist like that.
Yes, well, unfortunately, Loth corrupts all.
I kind of sigh and I stand up and I stand in front of him, looking back to Issa, and I go to pull off the glove with the coin in my palm, and I hold it towards him with the inscription. Now don't read this aloud. I feel like that's definitely part of it. We think, at least. But this is what we have to deal with.
The way that
And I show
Dalton
him the coin.
Yeah, and as she's doing that, Perla's gonna speak up, and the way that Dalton described it to us is that whomever reads the inscription on the coin would then become the owner of this blade.
I'm unfamiliar with that. As I've said before, it was a ring. It has always been a ring. Even when I killed the man who had the weapon itself, it was a ring. In addition, it is worth noting that though the weapon forms to the user's preferred mode of attack, as it was a longbow before I acquired it.
And then it turned into a sword.
Correct.
Well, that's quite unusual and not the least bit unhelpful, honestly.
Just kind of in an undertone, Perla, she's gonna, kind of put a hand on her chin and just kind of under her breath. I wonder if it could be purified then.
Maybe the coin or ring suits the user better, considering that Issa had it the first time and it appeared as a coin.
Again,
That's
I'm
a good theory, at least. I mean, our friend here has showed no lack of greed.
I resemble that remark.
Resemble? do you mean resent?
No, that is what I said.
Okay.
Was that in character? Because I was in character.
Oh man.
I just kind of look at you and shake my head a little bit. Well, what do we do then? Because I cannot allow this man to fall into service to this.
Well, from the sounds of it, it's safer as a coin than it is a sword.
The coin summons the sword.
Exactly, and you lose the coin if the sword's summoned.
So what would you do then?
I mean, hold on to it until we can find out if it can be purified. I mean, that sounded like a good idea, right?
Insight. I am not trusting Issa on this.
Likewise.
She legitimately just wants the goddamn coin at this point. She has changed her mind about reading it. No, I'm serious. That is what has happened while she sat here listening to this conversation.
So you want the coin and don't want to read it?
What can I say? I like very
wants the
specific
coin.
things.
She wants the coin, but she doesn't want to be cursed.
Yeah. Well, what do you think we do? Do you think it's possible this thing could be cleansed of its corruption? I gesture over to Perla, could this Elistray potentially help?
Oh,
in
Elistray.
doing so?
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't mention it earlier, but Elistray is my patron.
That is quite. Not many of our kind follow Elistray.
No, they don't. Not as many that should, anyways.
I commend you.
But back to Anna's question. Do you think the coin can be purified?
Perhaps. I'm, again, unfamiliar with the properties of this coin, as I've only known the sword to be connected to a ring.
Well, forget about the coin and the ring. The blade. Do you think the blade is possible to be redeemed?
Well, the curse lies within the ring, or I guess in this case, the coin. The blade itself. The blade can actually be unlocked by any one of our kind. But possession is through the ring, or I guess the coin in this circumstance.
Would you be able to do some investigation on this coin and see what you can find out about cleansing it, purifying it of Lolth's influence? That is not something that I believe I am capable of, or any one of us here for that matter.
Possibly in time? But I don't wish to spend that time here.
And my knowledge of the outside world is limited, unfortunately.
Sorry, I'm checking something right now.
I guess I'll check something as well.
Everybody's checking
Yep.
things.
Wait, you heard that?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Nova's over here checking something too.
Oh no, my jacket.
Oh, God.
He's just filing some paperwork at the porcelain fax machine.
I hate whenever you say that.
I know, and that's why I say it, because people hate it. It's so bad. It's just awful.
I mean, I was going to say you're a teenager with the internet, so whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's a little worse than pooping jokes.
Oh God. Oh, I completely forgot about that particular
Well, Issa's
feature.
gonna pipe up and say, "I will lock that away where no one can get it until we find out more about it."
I would partially agree with that statement, I would agree with that statement entirely if it were not for the fact that it is you.
No, hold on.
Locking it
You
away.
incited me, and you know that she is telling the truth. She will not read the coin. She's not gonna read it. That's
All right.
not her intent anymore.
All right.
She just wants the coin.
If
It's-
that is the case, and you are not willing to be cursed, corrupted by this, then I would be more willing to let you have it back.
Yeah, it does
Until we
not sound
find
like a
out
good
more.
time.
Well, I'm glad you can at least see that much reason.
I unfortunately have to
you have some-
agree with you, Perla, but
You have some
I still
common
don't
sense
have
to
to
you
like
after
it.
all. Oh, neither do I. But what choice do we have if we want to make use of this gift that has been so graciously given to us? And there's sarcasm just dripping off of that particular part of the statement.
I mean,
Oh,
I could taste the sarcasm, so yeah. Little bit of bittersweet, you know.
Yeah. I would still ask that you, William. I'm sorry, William. You said you would not fully. You probably wouldn't fully be able to investigate the magics of this coin, then.
No, I apologize. As I said, my knowledge of the outside world is limited.
maybe it will. Maybe that is something that we can come back to later then. Ah, very well.
Damn.
would-
It's
I would
level
s-
10 that comes into play. Damn.
Oof.
Alright.
Oof.
Oof.
Woo!
Okay.
So am I doing it then, Perla?
I believe that Issa is no longer willing to read the coin and corrupt herself, and it is probably safe for her to have it back.
I look to you, Issa. Don't make me regret this. And I flick you the coin.
Issa, make a wisdom save.
Oh,
Are you
no.
serious?
Yep.
God damn it.
And natural one. Oh.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab the coin and immediately head to my room.
And
I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just heading down the damn hall.
Where are you going?
I'll be right back. And I put it in the last
Okay.
chest and leave it there. And then come back out.
Where's the coin?
It's where nobody else can get it.
yes, in her room, where none of us are able to enter.
I'm still inciting this.
Inciting me? Or Issa?
Yeah.
I mean, she put it away. She put it in the chest. She does not have the coin. It is
She did
locked
not
in
lie.
her room. Nobody else can get to it. That is fact. You
Okay.
believe her 100% because that is what she believed.
Okay. No. That's fair. I'm just I'm just playing on the suspicion.
No,
even though
I got you.
trust you some.
Right then. Now that that's dealt with, what is our plan of action? Do we go check the Colosseum, or should we start making plans on the one individual of the family that we do know of?
Well, the way I see it, we could scope out the Colosseum, sure. Get a bit more lay of the land, but I feel like we still have to have the discussion as to what are our intentions with this Medici family. How do we intend on handling this? Because I, for one, am not. I'm not particularly fond of the idea of slaying them just because. You know, subduing them, getting them to some sort of proper authority, if there even is one, is one thing, but merciless slaughter.
Allow me to interrupt. The measure of your contract was to bring them to justice, correct?
That is what we were told, yes?
Yes.
There are multiple ways to bring someone to justice.
I mean, back in all of our worlds, yes, but things here seem to be quite unusual. Now, lying, I do not have a bit of a problem with. You know, I'm okay with us telling the whatever law there is here that they have done something that they disagree with, but it would have to be something concrete enough to throw leadership away and throw away the key.
I see. Is there some measure that these citizens are subject to that they don't particularly agree with? Maybe you could start an uprising?
I
That's the
mean,
problem.
there was that individual that Kazuto was fleeing from, correct? They were someone else that was fleeing gods, and then there was the woman with her child.
That is correct.
Wasn't Kazuto fleeing a drug deal?
Kazuto, that was
Several. There
the
were
bird.
several people.
That was Thomas. That was the
Kazuto
Eric,
bumped into a birdman
the Aarakocra.
who, yeah, was going to be late or yeah, for whatever reason was not part of the leading wave to the Colosseum and was going to end up getting, punished for it. So, I mean, if it happens once, it sounds like it's likely to happen multiple times. So,
From my understanding, in my time serving under Strahd von Zarovich, the tighter the grip, the more people push back.
so then
So
the
would you-
woman's plight would probably be the most important.
She didn't really seem like she was pushing back. She was more running away.
No, but if there's some underground populace of non-perfect, pristine beings as those that inhabit these lands, perhaps they themselves would desire to see justice wrought.
That sounds like something I would investigate.
How would we go about getting information on that, though?
Unfortunately, I don't know if William can be helpful with that since he doesn't ever leave.
Oh, if I'm not mistaken, Master Dalton has said you've got an ally in the city?
But we do not know exactly who they are.
Yes,
he did
exactly.
say he, the one who sent us those gifts, was one of our allies.
Yes, but we
An ally
still
of
do not
his.
know exactly who it is.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go out to the streets and just yell, "Pee! Pee!"
Quite.
There's a joke in that. I like that.
Is there something familiar about the bodies that were left, aside from the note?
They were the individuals who were guarding Anna. Anna, sorry.
I kind of don't look over, but just kind of squint my eyes at William, but then return to a normal look. I go, yes, they were individuals that were tasked with keeping me caged up and my possessions, I guess, looked after?
Do we know anything in particular of the city itself? Like, what?
That it's
What-
backwards, it's terrible, and I hate it.
Oh.
You keep
Outside of
saying
that, though.
like this is some horrible place.
Maybe not for you, but for the rest of us, we don't exactly enjoy it here. Anyways,
Thank you, Kazuto.
Well, it sounds like your best lead is the Colosseum.
potentially, or maybe we go back to the docks where we first met these guards and Anna. and there might be something else there. That is the conclusion that I am drawing anyways. But the Colosseum is a likely option as well, seeing as this P mentioned about us being their champion. And I can't imagine anywhere else where a champion would be needed except for at the Colosseum.
Yes, that very much is the most suspicious bit of it all. But
Well,
then at the same time, I was a slave, so if this P wanted at least myself as a champion, why wouldn't they have just purchased me outright?
Good question.
well, if we're to head
But
to
if
the
they are
Col-
But if they are someone who is against the family, then who knows?
So Colosseum? I look around to the rest of the room.
That seems to be our best bet.
Yeah, seems so.
yeah, if we're heading to the Coliseum, we better get some sleep.
It's still
Yes, do we
it's
leave
still
now,
mid
or do we...
it's still midday.
What? I thought it was like 9.
In the morning?
What? No.
Yeah.
Wait, we murdered people on the docks,
Yes.
traveled across the city, murdered people in the middle of the city, and then it's still night. Okay, all right. My
So
bad.
like, so by the end of this conversation, it's like maybe 12:30,
Okay.
1 o'clock.
All right.
We got an early start.
Okay. No, that I completely misunderstood the time of the day. That is on me. So ignore what I just said.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm starting to feel as though it might just be best to stay here for the day. So if those of you have that problem, I mean, I do feel a bit wearied after that assault of I guess we could call it a jest over Dalton Lane, but I don't know. I'm ready and raring as anyone, I suppose.
Yeah, I think we should go and at least scope it out.
Anyone else's thoughts?
Yeah,
Kazuto? Sinefo?
I am fine. I'm a little bit tired, but I can keep on going.
Kazuto?
Well, just be yeah.
We're asking what you want to do. Do you want to go to the Colosseum, or do you want to stay here and just chill out for the rest of the day, and we'll go check out the Colosseum the next day?
I don't know. Bad, but
Weren't we supposed to use our hit die or
I was
something?
about to say, did you use you used a hit dice from earlier? I thought.
I didn't actually do that.
Yeah, me either. I don't
Wow,
know.
that's a good roll. It's a whole 2.
I
But you
mean,
know what?
have
That's all I needed.
2 more hit die.
That would actually only be a 1 because I think you only add your modifier once per short rest.
Yeah,
For
that,
if you're
that
gonna
was
if
my
you're
only
using
hit
hit dice
die.
to heal.
That was my only hit die.
oh wait, I get.
I-
This is the first I'm
you've rolled
hearing
2.
about 1 Constitution
What?
per thing. But
That was the rules that I was informed of in my previous campaign. If it's different, then don't look at me.
Well, that's
like
the
I said,
only
this is
hit
the
die
first-
I've rolled. So
Okay.
that's the first I'm hearing of this rule set, so I leave that up to the DM.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Uh,
Korchi has only rolled 1. So
Yeah, Corgi, does that have you at full?
because you, I mean, you rolled the 1. You rolled the 1 earlier. That was a that was a 5. So, how hurt? Yes, you can.
Well,
you can.
well,
You have
no,
two
if
more. You have a number of hit dice equal to your level in any class. So like for fighter, your level 3 fighter, you have 3 hit dice that you can use on a short rest to heal. Which you've rolled 1, and that gave you 5 health.
Mhm.
So the second one is giving you 8 health.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
What was that?
Did anybody just see that near the door? Issa heads over.
That was a
It must have been
mistake.
nothing. Huh, there's nothing there. That was weird.
Must have been
Deja
my
vu,
imagination.
da.
Maybe,
Divine intervention.
maybe it was that shadow gut from earlier.
Oh, did you guys take any drugs yet?
No.
I don't think
No.
so.
I have no
Okay.
idea what they do. And I was
Please.
actually planning on using them for
Please let me know when you use a drug.
God.
It is very important that I know.
Oh God. Okay.
I mean, I was planning on taking a glass of this wolf wine when we're properly relaxing at night.
setting down for the night. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no issue with alcohol.
I can't
alcohol.
wait till we find out wolf wine is actually like cocaine.
Liquid cocaine in a bottle.
Right.
Yep, and definitely my character does not know anything about wolf wine,
Right.
so all it knows is wine. So,
Anyways, let's head out. Let's go. Let's go already.
Anna, do you think you'll be okay?
I mean, I'll be fine. Just understand that if we get into collectively a particularly difficult situation, my healing capacity is definitely neutered a bit.
As is mine.
Yeah. I thank you for the healing that you offered me, though I do feel that some of it may have been squandered.
She shrugs and just kind of. Either way.
So hey,
Well,
Billy, you said this rod, I just tap it on the door and it creates a gateway here. Does it work the other way?
Are you saying if you tap the rod on?
Yeah, on the way
This-
out. Will it put me where I want to go?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
So we could put ourselves right next to the Colosseum then.
Yes, that is the.
as a player, Drez, I need to ask you something. If Issa were to tap on another door, say one of the ones that aren't the front door within this room, is this a bag of holding and a bag of holding kind of situation, or are we
No, it doesn't work that way.
I feel like
Okay.
it could kind of work like a bag of holding. I could just tap on a door and yeet something into the shadow house and then close the door.
Okay, anti. Do you understand what it means to place a bag of holding within a bag of holding?
Oh, okay.
Or a
gotcha.
portable hole inside of a bag of holding.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Do you
Well,
understand what that means?
I don't have a bag of
Because that
holding, so it
never
doesn't
came
matter.
up. Okay, no, but I'm asking you because that's never come up in the campaign.
It
Do you
creates a
understand what
black
that
hole,
means?
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
Oh.
Yeah. Creates a singularity or whatever. You basically
Pretty
collapse the
much.
universe through
I
creating
will
a
say-
infinite black hole type situation.
I will warn you on the measure of the rod. However, it's not entirely accurate, and it only works in places that you are familiar with.
Damn.
I posted a relevant meme in the
I-
Dungeons and Dragons chat.
Oh God.
Well, I think I need to go open a bank account. I'll be back. What are we looking at?
bag of
That-
holding portable hole meme.
Engineers, they shouldn't play. Oh no!
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna negate that actually because that could be exploited.
Just when Issa was
Yeah.
about to rob the entire freaking world of everything.
Yeah, no, I'm actually gonna say no. You're gonna come back out where you went in.
Okay.
I kind of
So
figured that was how it would work.
it is only one way.
Damn. Okay. I'll accept that. That's fine. That is the most overpowered tool ever. You case a bank, you go back to your house, wait till nighttime, knock on the door, and you're in the vault, because the vault door is a door.
Well, no, I just realized because you guys also saw the ship.
Men of greed.
Anyways.
Her eyes glow green. Does it need to be any more on the nose than that? I mean, they aren't, like, illuminating green. They lightly glow green. So.
So you guys are heading to the
Yeah,
The
I guess we
Coliseum?
are.
Alright.
Alright, Mr. William. We will probably see you soon.
Alright, take care.
And I appreciate you providing us with your insight on your previous life and with Loth.
Yes. As troublesome as it may be, I do appreciate getting it off my chest.
Quite.
Then I can't help but think that perhaps a solution to your predicament may come in the form of Perla here.
My predicament?
Perla is like side glancing, kind of looking confused.
I mean, you can't tell me that being grateful to this Dalton Lane for pulling you out of that situation is one thing, but I can't speak to the fact that you didn't just trade one master for, another.
No.
One evil master for another.
Yes, exactly.
Do not mince what is happening here. I am quite content in my service to Master Dalton Lane.
There is content in servitude, and then there is freedom, William. I merely state that perhaps through our methods we offer you another option.
Master Dalton has means of handling individuals who wish to weasel their way out of their contracts. I believe that is why you're here. To handle individuals who are weaseling their way out of their contracts.
Doing handstands in the hallway, huh?
William, I will respectfully say that I do not believe any one of us to be attempting to weasel. Merely, I am stating that anything an evil creature does cannot be trusted and should not necessarily be abided by. There is nothing in this world more powerful than a truly righteous and benevolent deity. I don't care what this Dalton Lane is, where he came from, or what. I won't continue that thought, William. But
I please ask you to not insult Master Dalton in my presence. And I will let you know that You have insight into my past. You know that I was once an evil creature. Therefore, my rightful place is with Master Dalton.
If the suggestion that you are making is that William should forsake Dalton and seek freedom, I do not believe that it is a decision that he would take, shall we say. He has said that he is satisfied with his arrangement with Dalton.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, like, myself at that statement from William kind of has me, like, cowed a bit. I'm kind of, like, looking to you a little bit more, like, wide-eyed, like, well, shit, I wasn't expecting that, you know? But I turn my attention back to William. I kind of give a polite head nod. Before turning back to Pearl, I go, then shall we? I start heading for the door.
I believe we shall. Perla will also start heading towards the door.
We get to the door. Oh no, who forgot to grab Kazuto?
Fast enough, he'll catch up.
Hey, what's
He's
this
still
dead body
sitting
doing
back
here?
there, twiddling his thumbs on the couch.
He brought his I was about to say, he brought his Switch out and is just like...
So are we leaving that here, or are we continuing on here? What's happening?
He's just face buried, just looking down.
Well, if you go to the Coliseum, I have just a quick little something that we can finish up on. If you're going anywhere else, then we could probably end it there.
I think Coliseum is where we were going.
Well,
Yeah, I don't
if we
think
go
we're
to
gonna
the
get
Coliseum, it's got to be like a wrap-up type thing, because we got
Yeah,
15
yeah,
minutes,
yeah.
20
No,
minutes.
Coliseum
Yeah.
then. Coliseum
Well,
it
that-
is.
that-
Direct shot.
Yeah, well, that's what he was saying, that he has a quick little thing that would
Alright.
be a good place to stop
We're
on.
at the Coliseum. Fast forward to the Coliseum.
Unless you sidetrack us with your thievery.
Is there anybody wearing any valuables?
So you approach the Coliseum. You,
Fucker.
Ignore that.
Kazuto, recognize a certain individual
Burb.
manning the front gate, and it is Tomas.
Thomas.
He's manning the gate?
Burb.
Yes, he is.
Rets goes, yay. For reference, the Rets in my chat is in the other campaign that I'm in, and he has an Aarakocra character. That
Nice.
he also just likes birds in general. So
Nice.
Well,
I
I'm
don't know
Kenku in my other campaign. I'm offended by these wings.
Oh,
yeah, well that's
Poor
not a
you.
Kenku, that's an Aarakocra.
But I'm also a were-raven now in Barovia, so now I can fly!
Posture check,
Damn it,
Ron.
I know, I did. I'm sitting up straight in my chair.
there he is. Okay.
There, and I took a drink.
Hydration?
Oh my god, stop it!
Okay, so sorry, I have
Oh.
my sinus infection, so my
There.
Aarakocra accent's gonna be a little off.
Thank you, Indigo.
Alright. Hello. Are you here to enter the Coliseum?
Fucking god. Stop it!
Yes, we're actually here to meet someone, I think.
Our tickets are 50 gold pieces. It's a very important event.
Then
The pan
I
problem?
look around. Yeah, I look around, I go, Then I think we're continuing on anyway. And I go to walk past him.
Please please do not enter the Coliseum unless you have the 100 gold pieces of pop.
You just said 50.
I did not. I said 125.
Guys, it's supposed to buy cheap world, so let's just go in.
I am like while he's paying attention to them, I'm totally trying to pickpocket him.
He has nothing.
But he's got tickets.
He does not, dude. He does not have tickets. He's trying to just swindle you.
He's just grifting us. Okay.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't even have tickets. With my hand still in his pocket. Oh.
Yeah, I kind of turn around, walking back, just to be like, if it's so much of a problem, call a guard.
As you say that,
Oh no.
you
Thud as I hit crash into a guard.
2 Marmorian guards are going to appear on either side of the Aarakocra, Thomas, and they're gonna be like, "Get out of here, you!" And then he's just gonna fly off. And then they're gonna turn to you guys and go, "Do you have tickets?"
We're just trying to steal some.
Yes, the bird just stole them.
Doubtful. The bird's not that smart.
I think you misjudged the fact we are just that dumb.
What?
He's one of the guards is gonna look you up and down and go, "Oh, that may be the case by the looks of you, but all the same, if you do not have tickets, you do not have access, unless you are a fighter or a patron."
Then I suggest you, as a god of the city, to go get our tickets from that thief.
That is not our job.
Where would one acquire tickets if they simply wish to spectate?
Unfortunately, it is a sold-out event, so therefore, your only entry is to be a fighter.
Wait. You're telling me it's sold out. We're telling you that fool just ran away with our tickets, so then by your own admission, there are 5 seats waiting for us.
Well, that may be, but unless you can present the tickets, I cannot let you in.
I feel like this is where I roll stealth and try to sneak past them.
Unless you present the tickets, or you are someone's champion, you are not allowed access into the Coliseum.
Oh, wait a second, I got something for this. I start digging through my bag.
I look back to them and I go, "We are champions of P."
Let me see. Where is your card for the champion? You need to present us with an identification card.
Slow, rusty turn back to the group.
You took it from me.
Wait, did I? Oh,
yes.
Okay. Then I present it to the guards.
The note.
It had a note. Like, didn't it have a business card?
No, it was just a note.
Oh, it was just a note. Okay, my bad.
Yes, I hand them the bit of the mysterious note.
Well, it has the Wrath watermark. You are champions.
I'm
Welcome.
sorry, the Wrath watermark?
Yes. And he points down to the corner where there's like a W with it's like flames around it.
And that means what exactly? We're quite new, understand, and as I said before, quite dumb.
You are champions of Wrath.
And who is Wrath again? Because I only know them by P.
He does pick the strangest ones. Come along, come along.
I guess we're following.
I kind of turn around as we're walking, and I just like look to the rest of you guys and shrug, like, what the hell?
Why would you say we're stupid?
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of rude.
I mean, 3/4 of us aren't.
That's some really odd math.
Sorry, 4/5. 4/5.
Next, you're gonna tell me you think a third pound is less than a quarter pound.
Oh my god.
That was actually an issue A&W
I
marketing.
know.
Put him in the
Okay.
freezer.
I don't know how many people know. I can't move my token.
She said, "Where is he?" No, I went in there and
Same. Cannot move token.
Oh,
Yeah,
alright, you
I
guys
brought
put
my
your
own.
tokens in. Oh, that's why they're on the
Like in that area. Okay.
they're on the
Yeah,
map
so-
layer, that's why. I'm dumb. Hold on. Everybody put their tokens back on. We'll put them back where I had the.
Yeah, like back in this area.
Kazoo, we need you on the battlefield. Drag it from the character.
I was dragging that.
Oh,
I hate
you're in the wrong spot.
games.
Down here. In the front of this one.
Right, that's why I moved back a little.
So
I mean,
you're
I
All
guess
mean
I
they're
would
gonna-
be leading the pack.
Yeah.
they're gonna lead you down like a little tunnel.
I am the base after all.
And you're actually underneath the stadium currently.
Okay.
And I don't have a map for this, so I'm just going to explain it. You pass by a set of doors. There is a door that says Pride, a door that says Sloth, a door that says Lust,
A door
door
that says
that-
greed.
yeah, all of them, and then the last door is Wrath. All the doors are closed except for the Sloth door and the Wrath door.
Okay.
Let me guess, the sloth door is kind of lazily hung open.
No, nobody's in there.
I'm immediately gonna head over to the green door and size up the lock on it.
There is. It's just a regular lock. You want to try and pick it?
I mean, crime's legal, right?
I mean, you're in front of Marmorians, which are
Oh,
more.
right. The rules are different with them.
Are you smart enough to remember that? That's the question.
Yeah, she's smart enough to remember that.
Okay, they're
I've
gonna lead
literally
you-
been letting a die make decisions for her this evening, by the way.
You're gonna they're gonna get led. You're gonna get led to the last door, the Wrath door. And the guards are gonna be like, "Oh, this is where you're going to rest and train for the tournament to come."
End scene.
Oh no, not yet.
Oh.
Not yet.
Not quite.
There will be an opening ceremony, and you will rest here, and the tournament will take place tomorrow. And
Very
then,
well.
the guards are gonna walk away, but as you hear, one's gonna say to the other one, has the sloth champion showed up yet? And the other one's like, no, I don't think there's going to be one this time around, like usual.
Okay, so I don't like this, guys. Let's go back to the Shadow House, and I knock on the door 3 times with the rod before opening it.
Wasn't the door already open?
I close it, knock on it 3 times, and then open it. We can get back here tomorrow.
Yeah.
I approve of this.
I was hoping we might meet our patron here and find out more about them.
And the room
But-
was empty, right?
Yeah, the room was empty. There's just all it is training equipment and like beds to sleep. They're nice, comfortable beds.
Okay.
I like my bed better.
Okay. I mean, I'm okay with that then.
I really like the usage of this this rod.
Well, you do know that they're gonna grab you for the opening ceremony here in a little bit, right?
We said we were sleeping, and then
No, they said the opening ceremony is gonna happen, and then
And then we go.
oh,
so
Okay.
I would.
well,
Yeah.
Okay.
I would not recommend just straight up disappearing.
Oh,
For the
oh wait,
time
the
being.
ceremony. You're right. Okay, I close the door and open it again. We'll hang out here, and then we'll go back.
Yes.
I love the way that the door closes and the portal goes away.
Quite. Now then, they didn't say how long we had until the ceremony, did they?
Not really.
Not that I noticed, no.
Well then, Pearl is going to walk into the room with the equipment. If we have some time, I'll see if I might as well. And she pulls out the elven cloak that was given to her earlier, and she's going to start trying to attune to it.
Can't figure that out. Let me see. It reminds me of a cloak I had.
I think I'll be okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Got anything?
No, I think this is just a good place to pause. I mean, I don't have anything other than going to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, Issa's gonna go into
So-
like the corner of the room and pull out Ulysses and start talking to the book.
Ceremony?
Drez, are you muted?
Drez is talking, but is muted.
Yeah, we can't hear you, dude.
1 sec.
Oh,
There
there
we
we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. You guys have enough time to do that before the opening ceremony. I'm gonna do that real quick.
Okay,
And then-
so we're doing the ceremony and then we're calling it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Ceremony time.
All right. So you guys are gonna get let out into the stands. There's gonna be like a bullpen area.
We're out. We're like in the bullpen down here, or are we in the stands?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Not like one.
yes, you are all representing Wrath. No.
Sick. We get to fight as a team.
Yeah, you are a team. There are other people here. You don't recognize them.
Yeah,
see-
sick, because some of us would be a lot easier to fight than others.
You actually see of the people. You see a Goliath.
Big
You
boy.
see, yeah, you see some some wood elves, some a few drows here and there. These are the people in the bullpen are competitors and like friends of the competitors that got like VIP access and stuff like that. So you actually differentiate who's going to be fighting against you versus who's just there to watch.
Right.
However, one man steps out into the middle. And it is a Marmorian. He's dressed as such. He looks like...
Is he sticking his tongue out?
I think that's a mustache.
Yeah, that's a mustache.
There's a little red spot.
Yeah, that's I think a mustache.
Why would there be a red spot in the mustache?
That's a cigar.
That's just oh my god. Okay. My mind was like, what is with this derpy look this guy's got going on? Yeah, it's a cigar.
It's a cigar.
I'm like,
so that is what he looks like.
All right.
Can you guys see that pretty good? Is that big enough? Okay.
Yeah. Caligula.
Yeah. He doesn't have shoes. None of them. Anyways. So he's gonna step out and he's gonna shout to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your combatants. I am your host for the upcoming event. I am Caligula!" And as he says his name, like fireworks go off behind him and everything like that. Some of you may know me as the patron of greed. Can any of these fighters from my fellow family members take on my personal champions?
Hold up, did he just say what I think he said?
I believe so. Which leads me to believe that we may have an insider.
Can you remind me what the first Memorian's name was?
Constantine.
Constantine, that was the first one that we met.
Yeah, that's right.
Allow me to introduce my family. We have unattending today, and then you hear like a sad trumpet noise. Like, wah, wah.
Nova, don't you dare.
Anyway, so you hear that unattending today, we have the patron of pride, our king, Nero. We have also unattending today, our patron of sloth, our queen, Delphi.
Delphi?
Delphi.
D-E-L-P-H-I, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Delphi?
Del.
No, it's actually Delphi.
Yes.
Anyways.
Yes. We have the patron of gluttony, Juno. And you see, I don't have I'll have pictures of these people later, but you see a Marmorian that's basically dressed is a Marmorian woman dressed in a red suit, carrying a pipe and what seems to be like a bag of illicit drugs, and is just like throwing them at people. Just
What was
You
that
get
one's
drugs! You get drugs! Juno.
Juno.
just Oprah Winfreying drugs at people.
You
Yeah,
get a
basically.
pipe, and you get a pipe.
The patron,
Go ahead.
the patron of envy, Constantine.
That makes sense.
The patron of lust, Madame Venus, and she's gonna like blow kisses at everybody and just kind of flash the crowd. And finally,
Quite a pair on her.
Case in point, I cover Kazuto's eyes.
and last but not least, our final brother and leader of the Assassin's Guild, the patron of wrath, Pluton.
Pluton.
Do we all collectively snicker?
I do. What?
Why do you snicker?
No. Me and Annie here are snickering about that name. That's all.
Hey,
Yeah,
would
that's a
you-
terrible name.
Yeah.
Pluton.
That's a pretty bad one. We're
Sorry.
in character. We're just having a laugh at this person's name.
Aren't we
Okay.
missing one? 7 members.
I got 'em all.
Here-
I got them all.
Uh-huh.
I'll
I
share
have
my
5
notes with you,
full
Corgi.
members.
It's fine. I'll share my notes with you. It'll be fine.
Caligula is greed.
Oh.
Yeah, so he basically
Game Boy.
introduced. He basically introduced all of his family. Pluton is the person that has sent you the message.
Great.
If you could not piece that together.
Yeah, no, I gathered that much.
Okay.
I'm just assigning everyone's names to the appropriate pleasure, along with their respective sin.
Same.
Yep. I got my notes done. See?
No, we can't.
Blank pages. See? Perfect. Notes are perfect.
Though, honestly, I have to put this out there for Drez and just kind of the company in general. Is anyone actually bothered by this?
By what?
Like, clearly, obviously, the quote-unquote 7 deadly sins, but that's a very, Judeo-Christian kind of thing, and even arguably, since that comes from a literature piece, not like anything actually theologic per se. So for like my faith, that's the sins are going to be part of it. I don't know how Elistray would think about any of the given ones. I don't know how Strongmoss would think about any other ones. The atheist ones can go fuck themselves. No, I'm kidding. Kidding. But yeah, just like, is anyone actually like piecing together that like, oh, greed's bad, envy's bad, pride's bad, sloth's bad? I'm just like, okay, yeah, sure. Right now, feel a little bit weird being part of the Wrath group, but I'd be interested in a little bit of gluttony. Who's to say? And I have pride in, my goddess and all of that, and yada yada yada, right?
It's all up to interpretation.
I mean, they sound like party animals to me.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
You have to also realize that I based this off of Roman civilization at like the cusp when it's changing from the Roman theology to the theology that they have now, which is the Judeo-Christian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
What was Constantine's sin again?
Constantine was
Envy.
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 envious of someone, ergo, I will own you.
Yes, hence why he is the leader of slavery.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Why is Asa Eldritch blasting?
What?
Nothing. I didn't just try killing them. Nothing. It's fine. It's all fine.
I mean,
Anti.
I don't think the family members are going to be commoners.
yeah.
Yeah. You
They
think?
have-
And I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure this whole arena is much larger than actually like depicted on screen.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I don't think that 30 feet is going to be accurate. Like that's probably more like a couple hundred feet to the
Well,
center of the arena.
you
If I were
know.
to take a wild guess.
120. Are you having fun there? Drawing
Huh?
pentacles on the screen.
Stop drawing stars.
Sorry.
I mean, if you're gonna do it, what do you do? Control here? Or?
Fact.
What? You're drawing 5 tentacles? What?
Pentacle.
Yeah, that's what I said. 5 tentacles.
Are you right click?
Pentagram.
No, pentacles.
What?
Pentacle.
You hear that, Boomer?
All right, what is happening?
What is happening? What?
What like? Well, I mean, we've gotten our notes.
Oh, yeah.
What is happening?
Yeah, so he's gonna finish his speech and then he's gonna just. I wish you all well. Combatants, take a rest. And tomorrow we start the festivities. And you guys can return to your room. Or
Okay.
Mine's special.
You are all insufferable.
Hey, I'm sorry.
What's wrong?
Just. Drez is over here giving this like big opening speech, and everybody's busy drawing fucking stars with the measure tool.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Drez.
also I changed the distance in the arena.
Ah.
Oh wow.
I see that now.
Oh my gosh, that's
That's a lot of distance.
That's a lot further than it was a few minutes ago.
Oh my fucking god, what?
Interesting.
So
You're welcome.
like, hold on. My entire movement with my boost is one oh no. Like I can't even.
I'm assuming come time for the actual arena, we will have a different map.
Yes.
Okay.
Sick.
550 feet in diameter. Or 900. Depends how you measure it. 700 that way.
The Colosseum was not exactly like a perfect circle. The arena of it is an oval.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would know because I've been there.
Fun.
Yes, I've
Alrighty.
actually been to Italy. It was fun.
Well, this sounds like it will be interesting. I hope we could do it without harming anyone.
That's a good joke, Annie.
I think our hand is going to be forced in that aspect.
I will not draw the blood of another if I can help it.
Can we just leave her here?
Him. Or no, on us.
Annie's a her.
Yeah, no. I keep forgetting, like, Kazuto is like... Kazuto and Sinefo are the only males.
Are you saying
God.
this in person? Are you saying this, like, out loud?
No. No, this is this is out of character.
Oh
I know.
boy. Well,
So the ceremony is done. We can go back and
hell.
we go back and we enter our room. Rather, more specifically, we go back to the shadow house.
Yeah.
With the use of the stick,
This
magic stick.
Yeah. The magic staff.
Magic staff. Cool.
Yeah, I'm just scowling at Issa the entire time.
All right then. Is there anything else that's happening?
Yeah, no, I think that was
Oh,
it.
No, that's
We went back to the house. We're in the shadow house. That's
Yep. And we are resting, I guess. So,
hit dice
Loony-doo.
restored. Eldritch Blast restored.
It's all of my spell slots.
spell slots restored.
Anyone who used hit dice, you get half of those back on a long rest, which for us is 2.
Okay,
because
rounded
it's
up.
Rounded up.
Okay,
It's rounded up.
Good, I'm done.
It's half rounded up.
Yeah, I only did one, so.
Yeah, same.
I wasn't injured. Haha.
I mean, 2 battles and I took 2 damage in the first battle.
How many?
Half rounded up. So since we're level 3, you get 2.
Yep.
So if you use 3, you will have 2 tomorrow on the next day.
In-game day. Next time.
Next time.
Sorry.
On Augustine, City of Stone.
No, you gotta do it right. Next time on Augustine, City of Stone.
See, I don't want to.
Robs 5 more commoners for absolutely no good reason.
See, I don't want to.
Annie gets really upset because her cohorts keep fucking killing people.
See, I don't want to use the booming voice because I don't want to clip my microphone.
Yeah.
So I gotta keep it down a little bit.
Right. But that Dragon Ball Z announcer voice is very. I'm still struggling to do it myself, but it's like that really raspy, angry, boomy voice.
Yeah. Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
A carpet in Kazu's room.
Oh my god, you guys
Just now noticed that?
No, I knew that from like.
What's
the
up,
moment you
Drez?
Posted it.
I'm looking at the D&D chat now.
Bro, you're supposed to leave that open because.
Listen, I have 3 screens and they are all occupied by notes,
Okay.
maps, and other shit that keep you guys on your toes.
I've got 3 windows there, 3 windows there, 1 window there, a notebook. No, I got you. All right. Well, this is fun.
Did you see my the white engineer shouldn't play D&D meme?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Who posted the thing about the the vial? I'm sorry, the paladin grenade.
Me?
Yeah.
Paladin grenade.
That was.
Oh man.
I feel like there's a better name for that, and I'm gonna come up with it at some point, and I'm just gonna forget it before I type it out.
What is it? That's the thing. Like, I feel like Paladin Grenade is the most fitting thing for that.
Right, but like,
even though it's not a grenade, it's just.
But like,
Insta Paladin.
There's a. I'm trying to think of a word that for Paladin, because like Steel Hand Grenade, you know.
The Deus Volt Grenade.
There you go. Deus Volt Grenade.
Deus Volt.
Oh my god. I Yes, please. I want that weapon in D&D.
See, there's another name for that. It's called the Holy Hand Grenade.
Or the Holy Man Grenade. Yeah.
The Holy Man Grenade. That's even better.
The Holy Man Grenade's just any grenade, though.
I mean, if the grenade makes holes in people.
There we go. Okay.
That's just technically a frag grenade, specifically.
yes, concussion grenades are a little different, but most grenades are pineapples when people think of grenades. Eddie.
Oh man.
Jess, I like your poncho.
Thanks. It's Cloak brand.
Nice. Alright, guys. That was fun.
Yes, definitely lots of fun.
Yes.
Same time next week. Maybe our DM will
Yeah.
show up before the rest of us. I feel like it's backwards for our
Yeah,
group.
literally all of us show up before Dress does.
Oh, gee.
It's because I'm working on things last minute. I'm like, ah!
Yeah, because I saw that you were like I joined Roll20 before everyone else did, and I saw that you were in the Roll20.
Yeah.
So.
Alright. See you guys. Have a good night.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Beams things. All right, we're gonna send
Yes.
out the host. So send it over to Braun, right? Because you're gonna be online all night.
Yeah, I'm gonna be up for more. I'm gonna be doing Final Fantasy.
Oh well, then shit.
Hey,
I have to be up in like 6 hours.
Send everyone over to Braun.
Way.
Have a good night.
All right. Turn camera off.
Hasta luego.